Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Edina City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. It is 7:04 p.m. And I think Director Bennerod has indicated we're continuing to handle these meetings on a hybrid sort of basis. People can listen in, call in when they have questions for us, either with respect to community comment or when we have public hearings. We've got 3 public hearings this evening, so people will be able to comment. In the public comment portion of the agenda, the community comment portion of the agenda, if there's a matter that's on the agenda this evening or scheduled for a future public hearing, those will be items that you cannot cover in your community comment. So having provided that information, we're going to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to ask our clerk, Sharon Allison, to call the roll. Clerk Allison.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next matter before us is the approval of the meeting agenda. Is there anyone on staff or on the council that wishes to modify the meeting agenda in any form or fashion? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the meeting agenda as published. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the meeting agenda as published, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Meeting agenda is approved. And now, folks, we are at the community comment phase of the meeting, and if there is anyone in the audience, we're going to go to the audience first. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not on the agenda or otherwise scheduled for a future public hearing, feel free to come forward, and then when we get done visiting with our fellow citizens here in the chambers in community comment, we'll turn to the virtual world and see if we've got anybody tuned in that wants to speak to us as well. So please introduce yourself and give us your full name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And I'm here tonight because I received a very concerning email from one of the neighbors today. She asked whether or not I had heard the fire alarms go off at 4040 last night at 12:25. She indicated that the alarms went on for 20 minutes. She heard shouting, she heard pounding. She finally called the non-emergency police number, and they said, no, not to worry, it was just an alarm. But this morning, there were 3 huge Restore trucks in the 4040 parking lot. So obviously something happened there last night. And I'm concerned because what's going to happen to those residents that were there last night? There doesn't seem to be anybody in charge overnight. So there's no one there if somebody is pounding on the doors trying to get in, as happened a few nights ago. There's nobody there for crisis calls. There's just nobody there at night, and that is a great concern. How does that impact the people that live there? How does that impact the neighborhood? I mean, that building is close to the buildings in that area. It's close to single-family homes. It's very close to Kinderberry Hill. But again, no one is there overnight, and that is a concern. I do have a suggestion for you, though. I would like to recommend a volunteer security squad that would be there at night. Somebody needs to be there. And I know when that building was built, there were a lot of people that thought it was really a great place for that building. And I'm just thinking that they would step up and come on board and provide some security, not only for the neighborhood, but for the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Hello, Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue. I have thoughts about how our TIF district procedure is handled in this city. It seems to be, from what I've observed, that a developer comes up with a project, it gets close to approval or approved, and then they ask for TIF financing to help fund a gap between their expenses, the financing that investors and banks don't want to give them for some reason, and they hope that that's going to help them get this project to go forward. And they'll say, we can't do this without this financing. I would like to see things done a bit in a reversed order, somewhat reversed, where if the city has a goal of having 10%, 20% affordable housing, certain type of housing, townhouses, duplexes, whatever, you name it. But if the city has a goal of encouraging a developer to then approach the city with a project, is there any way that we can have that carrot of tax increment financing put out there in a certain dollar amount first to let developers know, here's your encouragement, and do it up front instead of after the fact? Because sometimes that TIF financing dollar amount suddenly balloons to 2, 3, 4 times almost larger than what was originally anticipated. And I'd like to see a little better way that this is handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wesson. Anyone else on community comment? Turn to anybody online. Nobody online? Okay. All right, our normal practice is that when we have residents come forward with concerns or ideas that have just been expressed, like we just had from Ms. Weston, those are usually answered online on the city website by Friday of the week of the council meeting, and then we follow up with a report from the city manager or the assistant city manager at the following meeting, and also providing an update on those questions, answers to those questions that were raised at the prior meeting. So I'm going to turn now to our assistant city manager, Ari Lenz, and ask her to go ahead and comment on those issues that were raised at the prior council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have one comment at the last meeting regarding temporary signage at Mason Green, and whether or not temporary signage is allowed on the building. Yes, according to city code, a temporary sign may be erected for the purpose of selling or leasing a residential or non-residential building or selling vacant land. Such signs can be up to 32 square feet in size. City code does not limit the length of time such signs can be up, but generally they're taken down when the building is fully leased. And that is all that I had for you.
Okay. That prompt anything from council members? All right, very good. Then let's turn to the consent agenda. I think Member Risser wanted to remove item 6.3. Is there any other council member that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right. Is there a motion to adopt the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of item 6.3?
So moved. A second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of item 6.3 that we'll deal with separately. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The items on the consent agenda are adopted with the exception of item 6.3, which is a proposal to amend Chapter 2 of the City Code, setting fees for 2025 that are, I think, water-related. And Member Risser, go ahead.
Yes, and this does have to do with the Chapter 28 for utilities. This has come up in the past, concern from residents, and then also water rates was an issue when I first came on council. And one of the concerns is whether we should have additional tiers for commercial irrigation accounts. And it has been pointed out that the largest users or single users, tend to be those commercial users. And so if we really do want to try to drive efforts to preserve or conserve, water usage, it could really benefit us to do that. The other thing is just in terms of fairness, there is concern that residents end up paying a bigger share proportionately compared to what commercial users may have used. And we did receive, all of us received an email yesterday noting that we were supposed to have a discussion about adding tiers sometime this year in Q2 or Q3, and that apparently, unless I missed something, I don't believe we did do that.
System Manager Lenz,
Yeah,
would you comment, please?
I could address that. We have had a lot of fluctuation and change in our finance department, which did cause some delays over the past year. But we are still planning to do a rate study for the commercial customers. We do think that that is important to do. These rates that are being set are based off of the 2023 rate study, and we do think that that's important to implement these while continuing to look in and make that rate study an evaluation.
So could we commit to doing it sometime in 2025, as early as possible? Kind of get the ball rolling on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Possibly add that as a potential work item for our retreat. That'll be sometime this spring. I think that might be something worth.
I would
Taking up,
appreciate that being
yeah,
part of the
sooner rather
retreat.
than
I
later,
think that would be a good specific.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Member Agnew.
Thank you. Is there anything that we can still do this year? Because I know we did talk about it, and I'm kind of disappointed too that it didn't come back up this year, and now we're reapproving numbers. So I don't know if there's any movement that we can still see this year, but I would like that addressed of if we delay this vote, could we reevaluate even yet this year?
I can help answer that.
Why don't you identify yourself? There's a lot of people here that don't know who you are, who would like to know who you are.
Yeah, I'm Finance Director Patel. Thank you. I would say I recommend that we don't, let's wait and do more study as far as what is the impact long-term, right? Because with utility rate studies, when we do this kind of study, we take into consideration the infrastructure need, the capital needs of the different utilities. It's not just water, it's water, sewer, storm, all the different utilities that the city has within its enterprise. And so I would say as of the now, we'll take into consideration, we'll act upon it in 2025 with a new rate study, taking a look into what the CIP need or infrastructure need is for 25 onwards. Because if we were to say, let's increase it here and there, we could do it, but we don't know the future impact as far as what that will look like in terms of revenue fundings and whatnot to keep up with our infrastructure needs.
Yes, go ahead, Member Jackson.
So in this study, that would look at the different levels of users like we did with the residential, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So, all right, thank you.
So you've got your utility fee 2025 proposed rate increases embodied in this particular action item. Is that correct?
That is
All right,
correct.
and you're suggesting that we go forward at this point in time and then get to that work yet this spring?
Yes,
of
and we'll do more.
Reassessing particularly commercial users.
Yes.
Member Risser.
I do appreciate Member Agnew's comments, and I do want to note that when this came to my attention, I did spend some time wondering, could we possibly get something done this year? Because it feels like it just keeps getting kicked down the road, and I feel like we have to ask a very specific ask. And I want to report, I don't know, every quarter, where are we on this? And it needs to happen, and it has been pointed out that those commercial rates really do not feel fair. So this is a critical issue, and this is not, I didn't mean to sound blasé at all, and I do appreciate Member Agnew's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Does someone care to make a motion to adopt, based on the finance director's recommendation, adopt ordinance 2024-12, which would amend Chapter 2 of the code, setting the fees in those particular areas covered by the ordinance for 2025?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the adoption of ordinance 2024-12. You can feel the
There's no
a bit of
teeth in that.
hesitancy here. I mean, let's get it done, but let's get back to it as soon as we can. We got a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2024-12, which sets fees for 2025 in certain categories. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the ordinance 2024-12, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Carried. Ordinance 2024-12 is adopted. Okay, now we are on to always a great portion of the agenda when we have it in front of us, special recognitions and presentations. And last year we ran out of time to celebrate all the teams in our community that won state championships. But we've got with us tonight the Edina High School boys cross country team and their head coach Jamie Kirkpatrick and assistant Tom Gatjes. And all the young people here? Can you come on in? And quite a performance, you guys. Really extraordinary. I don't know what that, 200 plus state championships now, and I see some of our golfers here as well. One of our state champions is here amongst the runners as well as the golfers. So, Coach, you want to just talk a little bit about the team and the experience of winning the state championship?
Sure. This is a really.
And introduce yourself too, please, and step up to the microphone so folks can hear you.
I'm Tom Gadius. I'm the varsity assistant. Our head coach, Jamie Kirkpatrick, is a little under the weather tonight. I just want to say I'm really proud of these guys. It's a senior-led group. 5 of the 7 guys that are here are seniors. Really hard workers, trained together for over 4 years for most of them, some of them since middle school. Worked hard and really came together this year and just inched out Wayzata by a few points and got the state championship. So very proud of them.
Yeah, very good. I'm going to have each one of them introduce themselves. I think we want to get a photo as well. So,
My name's Isaac Corvilla-Shadow. I'm a freshman.
thank you.
I'm Ben Bodewins. I'm a senior.
My name is Kevin Nybeck. I'm a senior also.
I'm Zach Danielson. I'm a senior.
Hi, I'm Ray Anderson. I'm a senior.
I'm Sander L. I'm a junior.
Jace Harder, and I'm a senior.
And I'm Torger O. I'm a senior.
All right, very good, you guys. Come on up here. We're gonna...
Keep coming.
Folks, this other award that we give out annually through the Human Rights and Relations Commission, we've got some presenters here this evening. I'm not sure who's all here. Is Jasmine Stringer Moore here? All right. Who's here from the Human Rights and Relations Commission? Well, here they come. Here they're coming in. Thomas is coming in with them. All right.
All right, I will, so I'll go ahead and start. We actually have an interesting intro today. We're gonna actually show a video that will actually explain most of what we would typically explain in person. But before we get to that, we are excited to present the Tom Moy Award again this year. I believe we had the most participation we've had in years, which I think says a lot about all of the work that's happening throughout the community. We have a lot of people in this community that are doing great work to protect and advocate for human rights, but also just to make Edina an inclusive and welcoming place. So before we actually present the Tom Moy Award this year from the Human Rights and Relations Commission, we are going to show a video.
We want to introduce the video first, or you want to let the video speak?
Yeah, so this video was done by Care 11, and it's about the Edina Unified program at Southview Middle School. We have 3 of the special education teachers here today, but the video will explain more about the program and how it benefits the entire school and ultimately the community. So.
Is set aside nationally to recognize and celebrate and lift neurodiverse voices. And we have a program gaining popularity right here in the Twin Cities that's not only benefiting neurodiverse students in a big way, but their peers as well. Ken Erdahl shows us how and why it's working.
Even on the snowiest of school days,
What's up, Ian?
there is a warmth
How's it going? Good.
that radiates beyond the walls of Edina's Southview Middle School.
Are you ready for school today? Yeah. Yeah? Okay, let's go inside. It's cold.
Students here have been shattering perceptions about friendship and special education for the last 9 years, thanks to a partnership with Special Olympics Minnesota and a spark
All right, guys, come on up.
provided by Jenny Schaefer.
We want to lead by example, right?
Back when it began, Edina Unified looked a lot like this, a morning gathering bringing together special education students like Ian O'Brien with his typical peers. And that proved so popular that it led to unified flex periods within special education.
It's like a free period and you kind of help with the class, like it's almost like you're a teacher's assistant, but like it's more than that, like you're here to build connections. Hi Ian, what do you want today?
And in the process, Ted Selman and the other 180 student leaders
Here you go, sir.
are building a program that now extends throughout the school, thanks to unified electives. Combined classes that range from music to PE and everything in between.
My students are with their neurotypical peers 100% of their day. Everyone gets along. Everyone can be who they want to be.
For Ian, the only drawback is remembering everyone.
Teddy, names.
At least by their first names.
But they're your what? Friends.
Friends that Ian and his family are beyond grateful for.
It wasn't something I ever even dreamed of.
Ann O'Brien says Unified has changed her son's life.
You always have hopes, like you hope your child won't be bullied or you hope they'll be a successful student. But for me, Unified has gone way beyond that. He's a part of a community there. He's not just isolated in a separate part of the building with special ed peers. He's a part of the group.
And it turns out the joy is mutual.
Yeah, yes. How'd you know it was an apple?
Genius.
Genius.
I love it. This is like what keeps me going to school and like the months in the dead of winter.
I had so much fun doing it, and I think it's probably one of my favorite classes.
It's my favorite part because in the middle of all the stressful schoolwork, you come here and you hang out with your friends and you have fun, and just so stress-free.
You get all different kinds of people in here, all different friend groups, all different cliques, and crosses boundaries like that, where you'll be friends with someone who you never thought you'd be friends with through this program.
Are we your best friends? Yeah.
And in many cases, including Ian's, those friendships now extend far beyond the program and school itself.
He's got more friends than I do. He's got more friends than I thought he ever would have. And I think he's gonna make some lifelong friends.
Getting the emails from families on the weekends with pictures, like, are you kidding me? I used to tear up all the time. Now I'm just like, this is my why. These kids have so many opportunities, and it is because of what has started here.
And speaking of that,
you are leading this state in inclusion.
9 years after starting a unified pilot program, Southview is now a pilot light, helping Special Olympics Minnesota ignite unified programs in more than 230 schools and counting. Thanks to some inclusive influencing.
This is like one of the flash mobs.
The entire student body coming together to win a Special Olympics week-long social media challenge.
So without further ado, we would like to present Southview Middle School with our Inclusive Schools Week trophy. Congratulations.
Consider it the latest example of a place and a program.
All right, is everybody ready?
That radiates warmth for all.
1, 2, 3, unite!
So many great friendships. Special Olympics Minnesota, by the way, helps provide resources to get these unified programs started in schools across the state.
So when we think about awarding the 21st Tom Oy Award this year, and the Tom Oy Award was named after a former Edina resident, Mr. Tom Oy, who was a Japanese-American World War II veteran who was committed and dedicated to human rights. We can't think of a better organization that is impacting human rights and fostering a spirit of belonging and inclusivity in our city and touching hearts and minds alike than Edina Unified. I want to say thank you to Ann Solman for her thoughtful and heart-touching nomination. And so on behalf of Edina Unified accepting the award, we have Rachel Knably, Jenny Schaefer, and Whitney Brockla. And we also want to make sure that we acknowledge Edina Public Schools, Southview Middle School, Edina Unified, and the Special Olympics. Thank you.
I'm not a part of it. She just has to be taken.
Oh.
We're going to get real skinny. Okay, back up just a tiny bit. Yeah, if we could get 2 rows, I think that'd be great.
I got it.
Thank you.
Last year, when they received that award from the Special Olympics, I happened to be over there with Dr. Stanley and some of the teachers. The gym was just incredible in terms of the level of energy that the kids had and the teachers. It's just a phenomenal school. So thank you all for all you do for our community. Really appreciate it. All right, we've got, that ends the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. We've got 3 public hearings, as I mentioned earlier. The first one that we're going to deal with tonight deals with a potential issuance of approval of revenue bonds by the City of Minneapolis and the Housing and Redevelopment Authority of the City of St. Paul, acting jointly on behalf of Children's Health Care. You're going to say, well, why is Edina involved in this? And Pa Tao is going to explain that to us. And also, we've got Brenda McCormick with us. Where's Brenda? Yeah, Brenda, you want to come up towards the front in case there are questions that need to be answered? She's the Chief Financial Officer for Children's Health Care and spent, what, 6 years on the Park and Rec Commission, the Park Board. Yeah, so during the time we were thinking about redoing the golf course.
Yeah, we redid the golf course.
Yeah.
We were on that project together.
So, yeah, stand by, and I'm going to have Pa Tao go ahead and make the presentation.
All right, so Children's Healthcare has advised the city of its intent to request the City of Minneapolis Housing and Redevelopment Authority of the City of St. Paul, Minnesota, acting jointly to issue bonds. And therefore, a portion of these proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance eligible projects of Children's, including but not limited to the acquisition of information technology equipment to be located at the Children's office here in the city of Edina. The bonds are proposed to be issued by the issuer in an aggregate principal amount that is not expected to exceed $221 million, of which approximately $3 million is for the facilities within the city of Edina. In addition to the city, the proceeds of the bond will also be used to finance and refinance healthcare facilities located in the issuer city as well as the city of Minnetonka. According to Minnesota State Statute, Section 147 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, the Minnesota law requires that each municipality in which facilities to be financed by the bonds are located in must approve the issuance of these bonds following a public hearing, essentially granting host approval for this project. The city of Edina is not responsible for any of these bonds, but as the project is within the city of Edina, we need to give host approval, and therefore it's on tonight's public hearing.
And would you also address the level of risk for the city in terms of being involved in this because we have a facility here?
Yep, we have a business, Children's Healthcare business office here in the city of Edina. There's no risk to the city. It's just that because the project exists in the city of Edina, we have to give host approval. There's no risk on the city's credit rating, or it does not get counted towards the city's debt issuance calculation either.
All right, good. Ms. McCormick, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see everybody. Thank you for having us today. So just to give you a little bit of background about what the project primarily is, it's really a new medical record system that we're putting in place, and we house our IT at the business center, which is in Edina, where we also have a simulation center. We have our business center offices and meeting space. We have a health center there. So it's just simply some of the servers that will host the product, which is used at the hospitals, if that helps.
And the borrowing is being done through the city of Minneapolis and the city of St. Paul?
Right, because that's where the hospitals are located.
Sure.
Yep, we have one in Minneapolis and one in St. Paul. We also have a surgical center in Minnetonka. That's why that was also included.
So those cities where facilities are located need to approve the issuance of the bonds, even though we're not involved in any way?
Because we have our business center located here. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Other questions for Pa Tao or for Ms. McCormick? Yes, Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a server center here. What utilities are involved in serving a server center? Is it just electricity? Because it doesn't have, it's not like one of Google's operations that uses a lot of water for cooling or anything?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Okay, so it's just electricity that's involved?
Yeah, and we
Okay.
have servers across Minneapolis and St. Paul as well. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
So, Pa Tao, I think that our city's legal advisor from Dorsey and Whitney, who is our bonding attorney, is available. Is she online?
She's available here too.
No. She's live, yeah. Do you want to come up for a minute, please? I think, you know, when there's a discussion of $221 million worth of borrowing being done, it's good to get a lot of affirmation that we don't have risk here.
Yeah, there's no risk. It's just host approval.
All right, very good. You want to identify yourself for us too, please?
I'm Julie Berger with Dorsey and Whitney.
Okay, all right, Ms. Berger. Other questions? Yes.
Just
Member
explain,
Pierce.
what does host approval mean?
Yeah, so it's for federal tax law purposes. And so because the bonds are tax exempt, you need approval from each host municipality.
And is hosting, is the terminology because we're hosting the servers, or is that a different?
That's correct.
Okay, okay.
Well, does hosting mean the servers, or does it mean that we have a physical facility here in the city?
It just
that
means
part
some
of
of
its
the
function
bond
is
proceeds will be spent within the city limits.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Because it's hosted here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Other questions for bond counsel or our finance director or Ms. McCormick? Okay, stand by, folks. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open this up now for any public testimony regarding this proposal. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding this matter? Anybody online?
No, sir, but because there is a slight delay in the broadcast, I would recommend we wait 1 minute before moving on, giving people an opportunity to call in if they'd like. My clock shows that it's 7:42, so I will come back to you at 7:43 or when I have a caller, whichever's first.
Thank you. You wish to testify? Related to this matter? Yes. Okay, sure. Come on up. Give it, and then come into the side podium there and give us your name and address. And
Francois Boudin. I live 7217 Oakland Avenue in Edina. I was just curious what happens if the city doesn't validate that, doesn't approve that. That's it.
Yeah, so if that happened, Children's would not be able to spend the tax-exempt bond proceeds in Edina.
So any city that
Well, so it's each city individually. So Minnetonka approved last night.
Thank you.
all right. We've given an opportunity for public testimony here. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds. We close the public hearing in this matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing on this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And now folks are looking for, and from a staff level and from Children's Healthcare, a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-114, which would approve the issuance of revenue bonds by the City of Minneapolis and the Housing and Redevelopment Authority of the City of St. Paul, acting jointly on behalf of Children's Healthcare. Is there a motion to that effect from one of the council members?
So moved. Second.
Member Agnew moves, Member Jackson seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-114, which would approve the issuance of revenue bonds by the City of Minneapolis and the Housing and Redevelopment Authority of the City of St. Paul, acting jointly on behalf of Children's Healthcare. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the Resolution 2024-114 as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2024-114 is adopted. I just note that Member Risser has I think a relative that works for your children's and recused herself in this matter. So that's why you're not seeing her on the dais. Now she'll return to the dais. So we thank you for your recusal. All right, now we're going to move on to the next matter, public hearing, the second public hearing, which is a potential comprehensive plan amendment, potential rezoning, and a potential site plan approval with variances for 6016 Vernon Avenue. And our Community Development Director, Kerry Teague, has the matter. And then we've got some presenters from the applicant as well, an architect, and then the proposed owner, I think, of Station Pizza as well. And so I think Director Teague, go ahead and set the stage for us. And then I think you've told the applicant they've got about 15 minutes or so to make a presentation. This will be a public hearing matter, and I think you're recommending that we close the public testimony portion of the public hearing tonight, but we leave it open for further submission of written materials until December 8th, and then take it up at the December 16th or December 17th City Council meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead and let's hear your opening comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a site you're all familiar with. This will be the third comprehensive plan amendment for this site in the last 3 years or so. The first one was for a larger scale restaurant than that's what's before you this evening. And the second was for the Green Drop donation center. So again, the site you're familiar with up in the northwest corner of the city on Vernon. It's the old Keys Automotive. It was a gas station, been a commercial property for 50 plus years, either a gas station or auto repair. The issue that we've struggled with over the last 3 years is the comprehensive plan guides this site for medium density residential. However, it's zoned commercial, PCD 4, which allows for gas stations, auto repair, and car washes. The comprehensive plan designation goes back to the 1980s. So the proposal this evening is to remodel the existing structure and build an addition. It would be a little over 1,600 square feet. There would be a 20-seat restaurant inside the building. They would also do takeout and delivery. As a comparison to that previous restaurant, that was a little over 2,400 square feet. That was a 59-seat restaurant. They had rooftop dining and also an outdoor patio. It's not proposed here. Here's a look at the floor plan. They would have 8 seats at the bar area here, and then they would have a party room that would seat 12, so 20 total seats inside. The addition would go off the west side of the building. That would be for coolers and dry storage. Somewhat similar to what was done at the town hall station, where they remodeled the existing gas station and service center and then put on a little addition for that same type of use. They did earlier this summer, they were in for a sketch plan review, and they've made some revisions since that time. They've created the seating for the indoor seating for 20 people. When they came through for sketch plan, it was just proposed as a takeout and delivery. And again, they've added that addition to the building. They've also created a paved area for bike parking on the north side of the building, and then added tandem parking for employees. So here's a look at the site plan. The existing structure, the addition, those tandem parking stalls will be located right here. They're proposing a new 6-foot wood fence along the north and west lot line to help provide some screening, and also providing additional landscaping. Quick look at the building elevations. The applicant can go into more detail in regard to building materials. So this request requires a comprehensive plan amendment, so it's a 4/5 vote of the City Council. The amendment would be to re-guide the site to neighborhood commercial, which is a new land use designation that's not currently in the comprehensive plan. Then a rezoning from PCD 4 to PCD 1, and a lot size variance to allow a restaurant that's less than 1 acre in size. This site is about a little over 16,000 square feet. And there are a number of variances requested. I'll go through those here. They're doing a handicap parking stall here, so they're adding pavement here that would match the existing resurfaced parking lot, and that would be right along the lot line. The 9-foot setback is for the bike storage area here. A 35-foot setback is required to the lot line. 20-foot setback for the building addition. The existing structure also has a 20-foot setback. A 13-foot setback along the west lot line, 25 feet is required. And this 0 is a separation between the parking area and the building. So looking at our pyramid of discretion, this is a project that the City Council has complete discretion whether to approve or deny. Options for both approval and denial are included in your packet. Resolutions both approving and denying the request. So primary issues is the comprehensive plan, the rezoning, are those reasonable, and are the variances justified? So again, want to emphasize that you have complete discretion to approve or deny. The staff is recommending approval. The Planning Commission, their recommendation was on an 8-0 vote for approval for all 3 of the requests. So first, looking at the comprehensive plan amendment. So again, medium density, the current designation, and the proposed change would be to neighborhood commercial. Primary uses described within this area, within this new designation or category, would be small-scale retail, commercial, and residential uses. The Planning Commission recommended adding the residential use part as part of their recommendation. That's due to the PCD 1 zoning that does allow multifamily. They would, if the site were to ever redevelop in the future, they would need commercial use on the main level, and residential would be above. So again, staff and the commission support the comprehensive plan amendment. This site has been used commercial with proper zoning for over 50 years. We believe that it's reasonable given the use from auto repair to gas station to a small-scale restaurant. The amendment creates a new, node, or the new commercial designation. The original restaurant request was for a neighborhood node, being a one small site, 16,000 square feet, really doesn't constitute a node. The green space and landscaping would improve the visual appeal of the commercial use on the site. That new fence and landscaping provides screening from the adjacent residential properties. It's a utilization of the existing building, so it's not a tear down with a brand new building for that sustainability piece. And it would be obviously an improvement compared to existing conditions. The proposed use would be supported by existing roads. A traffic study was done by Stantec. Ed Terhar is on the call this evening. There would be no improvements needed to the roadway, and also they believe that there is enough parking on the site. And the proposed parking is code compliant. In regard to the rezoning, staff and the commission believe that the criteria for the rezoning is met. Assuming the amendment to the comprehensive plan, it would be consistent, wouldn't be detrimental to properties surrounding the tract, wouldn't result in an overly intensive land use. Talked about the traffic, and there are variances requested here. There's about a 105-foot separation to the building to the west, a little over 80 feet to the north. And you can see also, want to mention that if the site is properly designed for a restaurant and the city does have the ability to restrict hours of operation, you could do that through a liquor license. And also the required setbacks on this site can help the city with some safeguards regarding any expansion or intensification in the future. Also, minimum parking standards would help the city in deciding whether an expansion is appropriate or not. This triangular area here represents the required setbacks. So you can see the existing building doesn't conform to our setbacks. So anything outside of that area would require variances. And obviously, if there's any expansion of the footprint, additional parking spaces would be needed. And they're right at the parking maximum. In terms of the variance criteria, we believe that the variance criteria is met. Again, the existing use on the property has been commercial for over 50 years. There's adequate separation and with that landscaping and fencing to minimize impacts to adjacent properties. Practical difficulty is the small size of the property and irregular shape. It's that triangular shape with roadway setbacks on the north and south sides. And again, the proposal to minimize those impacts. So just want to quickly, as I wrap up, show a comparison of that previous restaurant that was proposed. So again, here are the variances requested currently. This is the previous site plan. So you can see the addition was closer to Eden Prairie Road, a 12-foot setback. Currently, they're matching the existing structure. The addition also went closer to the west lot line. They were requesting a 5-foot setback, so the addition was much larger. The parking area was expanded right to the lot line. They also had this outdoor patio that didn't conform to the setback there as well. A variance was required. And they also had rooftop dining. Here's a look at the floor plan of the previous restaurant. So again, 59 seats inside with that outdoor patio space. So again, the recommendation is for the council to close the public hearing at noon on December 8th and continue action to December 17th. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Director Teague. Questions for Director Teague? Member Risser?
If you could go back to the slide where you mentioned section 36-216, and it was a bullet, I think it might have been, that's it right there, rezoning to PCD 1. Okay, and this notes per section 36-26 of the city code, the commission may recommend approval by the council based upon but not limited to the factors below. All right, and if I read section, and one of those factors is, well, I want to read section 36-26, and that is, the development of the tract shall be done and accomplished in full compliance with the approved site plan as modified by and with conditions made by the council and in full compliance with this chapter and other applicable provisions of the code. And it's that and in full compliance of this chapter, and this is chapter 36, and other applicable provisions of the code. And I'm confused by this because we're requesting to rezone to PCD 1, and there are specific requirements and standards that are in chapter 36 for this. And indeed, this particular ask comes with specific variances. So how do you reconcile that?
It does. It's reconciled through the variances. So it does not comply with code as it exists, and they're requesting variances from those standards.
Right. So does it not violate section 36-216?
Yes, the proposal is in violation of several of the standards. So again, these are the variances that are requested.
Right, and so my question is, how can we rezone to this zone if it is creating violations, if it is violating that standard?
Because you're granting variances to those standards.
As part of the, and then, so are we not kind of creating an entirely different zone that isn't really PCD 1, but it's PCD 1 something else, because it is a zoning that will allow things that PCD 1 does not allow?
It will allow this site, zone PCD1, to modify those standards through the variance. It doesn't mean that any other PCD1 property can violate those standards. They would need to go through this same process.
If we were to do this and this project did not move forward, those standards that we created could be used by another entity, right? So you could have another type of business use come in and have those same setbacks, true?
They could utilize the existing building, true.
So
if they expanded, they would need variances, just like what's requested this evening.
Okay, so they couldn't say this was for Pizza Station, you approved these, it's in our code now.
It's not in the code.
It's not in the code,
It's just specific for this site.
Only specific.
Variances are granted.
Okay.
For this site.
Now, I'm going to switch a little bit. When we talk about how the building can be used, could there be rooftop dining on this building?
We do allow rooftop dining. It would, I'd have to take a look at the standards for rooftop dining. If we allowed that in a PCD1 district, I know it's allowed in our PCD3 districts, but I have to check.
Okay.
Well, it is a conditionally permitted use, so it would still need to go through the process, even if it were allowed in a PCD1 district.
Are there parts of the building where you could have a second story and not have to get another variance? No. If it were a second story were added, it would be in violation of the setback in this location here. But you could I guess in theory, if they built a second story within this area, it would be adding square footage to the building, so they'd need a variance for parking. They'd be short parked because of that added square footage. Okay. Could you go back to the map that shows the zoning? Right, okay. And I did raise this back when the sketch plan came before us. And the question that I asked, because if we look at section, chapter 24, section 130, it talks about curb cuts on collector streets and arterials. And it does say the following, in this, the language, the following additional restrictions apply to lots in the R1 district and R2 district. And it's interesting because I did have a conversation about this very issue with Member Jackson. And I do want to put out there, law is kind of like art history, and art history was my area, and it is a lot about interpretation. And for one person, you could look at this and say, that is not in the R1 and R2 district, okay? But for another person, you could say, yes, it is. Most of the property that is surrounding it places it in the R1 and R2 district. And so that was my question that I asked during the sketch plan. And then I did have follow-up questions, and I would like Attorney Kendall to address those, because the other issue, and maybe I'll just turn it over to Attorney Kendall to say why he does not think this section would apply.
Well, Mayor, first of all,
Attorney Kendall, did you understand what you're being asked?
I think I do.
All right.
First of all, this is not in an R1 or R2 district. It's currently zoned for the previously existing
PCD4.
PCD4, which was the gas station auto repair. Second, the question has to do with the streets bordering the property. So this borders on Vernon, which I understand from Director Milner is a county road and not a city street. And it also borders, the property borders Eden Prairie Road to the north, but there's no currently open access to that city street. So the city code section in question talks about a property that borders two city streets. This does not currently border two city streets. It borders one county road where it has an open existing access. And to the north, it borders a city street where it does not have a city access. So it currently borders one city street if the access were permitted there, and one county road where the access currently exists.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to just point out, when I say in the R1 or R2 district, I'm not saying that the parcel is R1 or R2. I'm saying this parcel, which is zone PCD4, is surrounded by, it is in that area. So I just want to clarify that. The other point is there's no language in section 24-130 that requires it to be a city street or a county street. In fact, ownership has nothing to do with it. And the term adjoin is one that, according to Minnesota administrative rules, means having a common boundary or relationship at a common property line. And so I just want to raise this context-wise. I am concerned. I want to make sure we are really being code compliant as we move forward, because in the past, if you look at the other very similar site, the former Burley site on Valley View Road, we do have a project that is purely residential in the commercial zone. And we did spend a lot of time and energy going over a possible zoning ordinance amendment. And what we did was we duplicated language that is at the very end of that ordinance and repeated it at the beginning of the ordinance. And so it is really important that we get it right and we do something that is code compliant. Right now, those are the concerns that I have, so I will stop and let my colleagues ask some questions.
Thank you, Member Risser. Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to follow up with what Member Risser was saying, when we rezone something, we can also grant variances at the same time. There's no prohibition on doing those in one action. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, I was at the Lincoln and Londonderry Small Area Plan presentation last night, and as you know, there's a sewer constriction in this part of town, and we're at sewer capacity. So I have two questions, and this might be for Mr. Milner. One is, would the change in use from this automotive to a restaurant get us in trouble with the sewer capacity there? And alternatively, if this were to be 6 different dwelling units, there was an idea out there that it could be like 3 two-story units, 3 or 4. Would that run into problems with the sewer capacity, or would that also be okay?
So going from the automotive to the restaurant is a slight change in water use, but we consider it de minimis when we're thinking about a third of Edina. This very, very small change wouldn't impact flows downstream. I answer the same thing for 4 to 6 units. De minimis in the grand scheme of how much flow is flowing on the system well downstream of this site.
Okay, so either use we'd
Yes.
be able to get a building permit
Yep.
for. Okay, terrific, thank you. Those are my questions.
I would add that the maximum number of units that would be allowed under that medium density designation would be 4.
4, okay, good, thank you.
Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I just had one additional follow-up question. When you went through the narrative, originally, I think you said the restaurant owner intended to be takeout only, and then this proposal has seating inside. And so I'm just curious about the narrative that went from their desire to just be takeout only to including seating.
Yeah, probably the applicant can answer that in a little more detail, but based on, some of the planning commission wanted to have some indoor seating. I believe they've received some of those comments along the way. So they thought it would be a positive for the neighborhood to have kind of a gathering space, although not that large at just 20 seats, but.
Thank you.
Member Agnew.
Thank you. So going back to the idea of residential on this site, you mentioned up to 4 units. Can you imagine a 4-unit project on this site that wouldn't require variances?
I could not. I've made the comparison before. So yeah, that would be the building envelope with a 4-unit structure, so you really couldn't fit it given the height regulations there. I've compared this to the Valley View Wooddale site That one is a little over 11,000 square feet. This is 16,000 square feet, so there's a little more room here. But that Valley View site did require variances basically on all sides. So variances would be required for housing as well.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
Yes, go
follow-up
ahead.
to that? So can you give a little bit more context to the question of if there were a development here, and I know you don't have it in front of you, so this is kind of hypothetical, could we even, how challenging would it be to get 4, you said 4 was the max, on a site with this configuration and this size?
Yeah, it would be challenging. You recall that other site at Valley View, again, they had several different iterations that they came through with sketch plan. One of the things to consider if it were a housing site would be, in all likelihood, we would want to close off, or people who live there, the developer, would likely want to close off access to Vernon and then gain access off of Eden Prairie Road. So that would be one consideration in terms of the configuration of however 4 units could fit on there.
And so in the context of the comprehensive plan, this being guided as residential, give some context to what that means, even as you describe how challenging it would be to meet that.
Yeah, I believe it was 1980 when that was first designated. My guess is back then they were just thinking a continuation of, let's see, the existing medium density to the west, just continuing that out. There is some land in between. I think I have an aerial. There's some extra land here, whether there would be a trade-off or who knows what, but there potentially, if the site were expanded, maybe they could get a couple more units there.
That's actually a good view. And so the context of back in, what did you say, 1980?
Yeah.
I wasn't here then. But you can kind of contextually get the sense of extending perhaps those condos slightly over into that area or something like that. If you think of residential and you think of that complete plat of land, you know, you could see that. But not doing it that way, meaning, you know, 6016 is its own 3 units. That seems a lot more challenging there if you take it out of the context of that complete plat of land.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Member Risser.
It's interesting, and I do kind of want to push back on the argument that this is a unique site. And there was published this year a dissertation on gas stations, evolution of a useful space, the gas station in America. A student, Bennett Capozzi at MIT, combined with a program at Harvard. But the point he makes, and he goes through and he talks about how this really was something, you know, post-World War II, you get all of these really tiny little sites that are located along busy roads. And he makes the point that, you know, these are places, pieces of land, depending on if you're in an urban area or a suburban area, that they may present an opportunity to acquire property in a crowded real estate market. Many sites are small, so they may need to be combined with neighboring lots before moving forward with development. It's also pointed out that some are undevelopable because they are so small. And my concern, particularly with the 4404 Valley View site and now this site, so many variances were granted. And to date, none of those units have sold. And
No, they have, that's not accurate. At least one is sold.
one has sold? Okay, thank you for that correction. They are so close to the sidewalk. And I did submit an image that showed both that project and this project, and I don't know if we could go to that, but thank you, that's a little hard to see. But as you look at both of these plans, and it is kind of fascinating, this is a image that shows the sidewalk without a boulevard, and when it was created, then it got pushed back further. It is so close to those garage doors. And you look at it and you think about how along this busy street it's going to be really challenging for the person who has to pull in and then pull out and not see somebody on a bike or a pedestrian walking by. And as I look at this site, we have the same similar thing. And I don't know why the sidewalks continue to be shown right on the edge when the plan ultimately is to put them closer in and have a boulevard. But that is going to be really close to the entrance. And on one of the images, it was also noted that in addition to having these 3 employee parking places right there, that is going to be the delivery area too? Is that correct? The delivery driver will park behind, it says delivery driver parking behind employees. And that's the plan?
Yes, that would be the area for the employees, yes.
Okay, and the delivery people would park behind the employee cars?
Potentially, yep.
And then you have the entrance, and you have the sidewalk closer to that. That's a lot going on in that one little area. And I am concerned as we move forward with these very, I want to use, instead of, I think unique is not a good term, I think almost these ubiquitous gas stations. And it really, it's interesting. People are talking about this, you know, because as more and more of them no longer function as sites, what is going to happen with them? And we are really, really pushing it. The other thing is, you know, thinking about what that does to land value. And are we going to be hearing from other people who have larger lots saying, hey, you know, you let this happen on this little tiny lot, I should be able to have the same kind of opportunities to push up the value of my land. So I guess there's not a question in there, but several concerns. Finally, if we could go to the image that showed the party room. Sorry to go back and forth. Okay, so a 12-person party room, but that's a fairly large space. Would there be opportunity? It seems like it could be possible to bump up the number of people who could be in that space by simply moving the furniture around, maybe popping in a couple more tables. I mean, is the idea to really limit it to only 12 people? What is the actual capacity for that space?
Yeah, I don't know what the fire capacity would be, but the parking standard is based on the square footage, not the number of seats. So I guess in theory, they could pull more seating in there.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I want to add in regard to this sidewalk that's shown here, as one of the conditions of approval, and this was in the engineering memo, was to create that boulevard-style sidewalk. And the Planning Commission took that a little further. They'd like to see the sidewalk pushed back as far as possible to have more green space from the, so just to bring that to your attention, that the Planning Commission added that condition as well.
Would you go back to slide 3, please? So we've had, this continuing conversation here for the last couple of years on what to do with this odd piece of property that for 50 years was an auto repair facility that existed on sort of a grandfather basis, and what to do with it. In 1980, I think you said it got guided for residential, which seems on the face of it like it makes sense. It's surrounded, to Member Risser's point, surrounded by single-family homes and condominiums to the west. And so after we turned down the last request for the restaurant that had more capacity and the outdoor patio and a rooftop dining, I had conversations with several builders about what could we do here from a housing standpoint, and I think they all felt like it was challenging based on the costs of land, labor, lumber, especially if you're limited, as you say, to 4 units. Now, if they said if they could get some height, I don't know. But then if you had, let's say you had 2 stories of residential housing there that had 8 units instead of 4 units, I don't even know if there'd be sewer capacity for that. So that's a kind of an open-ended question. And so this is continuing to be kind of a conundrum, I think, for all of us as to what's the best use for this property. We've had a lot of articulate expressions of opinion on both sides of the issue, I think. And one of the things that some of the folks worry about that are more immediate and that we were sensitive to with respect to the last proposal, what it involved parking in the neighborhood, at least that was our fear, is that the change to zoning, PCD1 zoning, you know, maybe they think, oh, yeah, we could probably live with a pizza shop there, but what if the pizza shop doesn't work out or pan out, or somebody comes along and wants to buy the pizza shop and they're in the pizza business, but they don't make it? What are the alternative uses, the downstream uses, once you've got a PCD1 zoning designation? And I wonder if you could address that issue for us a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. It would be retail type uses, you know, similar to our, some of our neighborhood nodes that have that PCD1 designation. Office might be a potential, barber shop, those types of uses would be allowed then.
I had someone call me at one point in time after we turned down the other proposal that asked about, you know, putting in a yarn shop there. And that would be a retail facility, I would think, then that would, something like that would qualify.
Yep.
What about, I don't know how we're going to deal with this cannabis requirement we have with 5 cannabis stores, but what if we had 4 and somebody decided, hey, it's worth it to pay a little bit more money for this spot and turn it into a cannabis store? Would that be a retail operation that would be permitted there?
That would be a potential, yes.
Okay, okay. And if we wanted to try, if we thought, well, this pizza shop might not be a bad idea, but we want to protect downstream use of the property in case it was sold or otherwise transferred, do you think the Housing Redevelopment Authority for the City of Edina could have a right of first refusal as part of an agreement if this was approved, to be able to have the opportunity to purchase the property from a city standpoint as the HRA and then decide what we wanted to do with the property and who it would be sold to, or under what circumstances it would be resold?
I might look to our city attorney. I'm not sure if we could put a condition like that.
Well, Mayor, I don't think they're currently requesting any HRA funding or
no, they're not.
Involvement that I'm aware of, so I don't know how the HRA would get involved in the ownership of the property. I think they have current ownership, and they're not asking the city to fund anything or otherwise be involved. So I don't know how the HRA would have any ability to request a right of first refusal.
Okay. Member Jackson.
We could buy a right of first refusal. Yeah.
City could buy it as part of a.
Sure, the city could make an offer to the current owners.
Yeah, all right, okay, just a thought. As we think about this and having to make a decision a few weeks from now. Let's go back to then traffic. Did you say somebody from Stantec was standing by?
Yeah, Ed Terhar with Stantec, who did the traffic and parking study, is with us.
Okay. One of the things I'm concerned about is not so much traffic that's westbound. And we got 2 curb cuts here. If you go back up to slide 3, I think that's a good illustration of the curb cuts. I'm more concerned about, at prime time, somebody coming eastbound on Vernon and trying to turn against traffic that's returning westbound, trying to make a left-hand turn into the facility at one of those 2 curb cuts. What kind of information did we get from our traffic consultant on that?
Yeah. Ed, did you hear the question?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Ed, did you hear the question?
I did. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I did. Yes, we looked at both access points. We collected new data at the intersections, and with the trip generation that's expected for the restaurant, both access points operate at acceptable levels of service. I don't see an issue with those left turns.
Okay. And what did you see relative to the volume of traffic in and out of a pizza retail operation of the size proposed compared with the activity in and out of Kevin Key's site as an automotive repair facility?
Well, we didn't actually look at the Kevin Keys. There wasn't, there's nothing there today. But the trip generation for the pizza place, we showed in the PM peak hour, we have 9 inbound and 6 outbound. That's the peak hour of the adjacent street traffic. The restaurant itself may be busier later in the evening, but the volumes on Vernon are much lower at that time.
Okay. Yeah. It's a little bit hard to understand you, but you're breaking up just a touch. Member Jackson?
So spell that out just a little bit more. The peak hours of traffic, you're saying would be different from the peak hours of picking up pizza. Am I correct in that? Tell me how you look at that when you do the study about when there's going to be a concentration of cars, both in terms of people just driving on Vernon and a concentration of cars at the site. How do you determine that?
Sure. We determine the peak hours of the street traffic by collecting actual data. So we collected turn movement data on Vernon, determined when the peak hours are on Vernon, and that is the critical time to look at for traffic analysis. So using that time, which is 4:30 to 5:30, we then determine the number of trips that the pizza restaurant would generate at that time, and we apply those to the peak hour of data that we collected and look at the level of service at that time.
So you have data on when restaurants are at their peak?
We have data as to what the restaurant will generate during that peak hour of traffic.
Okay. Based on other restaurants that are out in the world?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have any further traffic-related questions at this point in time. I'm assuming, Director Teague or Ed Terhar, that with respect to this proposed operation, both the curb cuts on Vernon would remain.
They would.
Okay. All right. That's all I think I have for now. I don't know if that prompted any further follow-up from any of my colleagues, but I'll check with them at this point in time. Okay, so this is the public hearing on this particular matter.
Applicant?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to go to the applicant next for their presentation, and then we're going to open it up for public testimony.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your time this evening. My name is Jesse Hamer. I'm with Momentum Design Group, the architect working with the owner on the project. So some of the questions and sort of the little background that I want to sort of give
Before
you.
you get too far, and do you want to, Mr. Schaefer, you want to identify yourself too here at the front end?
Yeah, my name is Jake Schaefer. I'm the person proposing the project. I live in Edina, 6024 Hanson Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So yeah, so a little background on sort of the project and how we sort of got to where we are tonight. So we did bring through the sketch plan, as you know, during the summer, and during those discussions, our original proposal, our original plan was for a pizza delivery and pickup only. The sort of response that we got both from the planning commissioners and from some of the council members was that they really wanted to see a place where people could gather, and they would really appreciate it if that was a place that they could gather year-round. And to us, that means introducing seats into the restaurant. 20 seats is not a large not a large restaurant. It gives you a place to meet, gives you a place for that connection to happen. But ultimately, it makes it a little bit more complicated for us. I mean, there are some of these variances that we wouldn't need it if we didn't have to do that. We have to expand the size of the coolers and to get the space inside the facility for the seating. That obviously displaces some of the other prep spaces and that sort of thing. So that's what a lot of the changes were sort of being driven by in order to sort of respond to that need or that request, or at least that's what we heard when we came in the last time. So that's why we went to it. It's not generating any more money. It actually makes things a little bit more complicated for the owner in some respects. Obviously, it increases the amount of parking that's required. And so most of our changes were due to that update. The parking is to be discussed a little bit. The tandem parking stalls behind the employee parking that would be used theoretically for pizza delivery drivers. Those street spaces are not included in the actual count of the required parking for the site. We meet the required parking in the site even without those street spaces. It was simply suggested as a way of showing that, hey, there is a little extra space here if things do get a little crowded, there's a little overflow, there's more traffic than expected on one particular evening. They have that opportunity to use those spaces behind the employees for that in and out delivery service drivers. I think we don't really have a grand presentation. Director T did a great job of sort of explaining it to you. We're here for questions. We think it's a good fit, but ultimately it's your decision, so that's what we're here to find out.
All right, yeah, thanks, Mr. Hammer. Mr. Schaefer, any comments?
No, I think somebody had asked about the party room, and I just wanted to address that. I think, was it Commissioner Rissner? That's not really how it would be configured necessarily. That's just a representation of the number of seats in that room. It would be more probably four tops or something in that range that could be used as one table for a party room.
To be clear, it's actually not any other use other than the configuration that we're showing is likely to be less efficient, not more, because you're introducing more circulation space into the room than the one big table would allow. So likely, if he gets a full 12 seats in there like he has in the big table, it'll be really tight. It's not going to increase the amount to split that up into multiple tables.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from council members at this point in time? Yeah, Member Risser.
You have had meetings with the neighborhood, true?
Yes, we met with the neighbors at the beginning of the summer.
Right, but that was for the project that was not the one we're looking at tonight, right?
It was for the original sketch plan,
The
which has been
original-
modified as discussed, yes.
So, and, because when you said you listened to what the planning commission wanted and city council members, and there was a big emphasis by some commissioners and council members to add the restaurant seating, but you haven't had a meeting with the neighborhood to find out how they feel about that?
No, we did not meet again with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Good, okay. Gentlemen, stand by, and you can resume your seats if you want for now, and we'll open this matter up now for public testimony. And if you can remember, way back when we started at 7 o'clock, Director Benarod indicated that when you come up for your public testimony, regardless of which matter you're testifying in, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get a yellow warning light when you got 30 seconds left, and then you should be thinking about wrapping up your comments, and that way we can treat everybody in the same fashion here in terms of their time before the council. So with respect to this particular matter, we welcome anybody to come forward and testify. Give us your full name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. Tony Camp, 6036 Burn Circle. I can see the site from my house, so and been there about 20 years. Super excited about the opportunity to have a neighborhood greeting spot. I have a high school daughter who has never seen that building operational. It's just been growing weeds. So the idea of putting it into use is really exciting. We're just grateful for something there. But then to just have a neighborhood spot to get together. I'm one of the people at the public neighborhood meeting who really encouraged the idea that it'd be great if we could. I said, can you just put a picnic table outside? And Jake said, well, it complicates things. We have parking, then we have to have staff to serve those people. But really grateful that the city, that Director Teague has put all this time and effort into finding something. And I don't know, what the answer is, but we've just seen so many proposals come along and nothing there. And it's heartbreaking to go by it and see for 5 or 6 years. I don't know when Kevin Keys went away, but like I say, my freshman daughter does not remember anything ever being there, but a blighted building. So for us, great. The size of the restaurant that had proposed a year and a half ago, did look a little big at 60 seats. I mean, here we're talking about 1/3. but I think that may have been a little bit bigger impact on the neighborhood. This seems like just the right fit for the right neighborhood. So excited, grateful you guys are looking at it. Keep an open mind because we'd love to have a spot we could walk to and grab something.
Thank you, Mr. Camp.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. I'm Bill Catter, 5508 Knoll Drive in Edina. I just want to state for the record here, I'm a developer, so that could be good or bad. Take my comments with a grain of salt. But I think it was well said tonight by the council and staff that this is a very irregular shaped parcel. And I think as you studied this, and if I studied as a developer, I would come to the conclusion it's very impractical and not feasible to develop this for really anything else other than a reuse of the existing building, whether that be commercial or perhaps a small, tiny house in the area. And I don't think it's a fitting for residential to have its front yard 20 feet away from a busy Vernon Avenue. So I think it's really an impractical parcel for redevelopment other than for what's been proposed. The second thing I'd like to state is I own buildings, small retail buildings, a number of them in the city of Edina. And they are mixed into some of our best areas for people to live. I own some properties at 50th and France, and Nolan Mains is a great example of residential introduced into a commercial district. I think some of those residents are the happiest in Edina, where they can walk out their door and get food and services. I own Olives, the building where Olives is in West Edina, and that's a big hit for that neighborhood. People love the ability to stop in, grab a quick pizza, and get home quickly. So I would really encourage people to think about this being a mix of uses that's very low intensity, and the residents would very much welcome. My one comment that I couldn't tell from what was proposed, I saw a fence being proposed along the backside, the north side, up against Eden Prairie Road, and I do believe the vast majority of Parkwood Knolls residents would want this and would want to access this place with their bike from that interior road and want to have an access through that fence. So I just want to make a point to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catter. Others?
This is on. Okay. Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview. I don't live in this neighborhood, but I do have some comments on this project. It reminds me in many ways of the formerly Burley's site that's only a block from my house. With that said, here we've got, oops, is that showing? Okay. Here we've got the Keys site. And here's the other pizza station pizzeria that.
There you go. That's a little harder. That's better.
Okay. All right. That's in Minnetonka. I'm quite familiar, really familiar with the Minnetonka location on Minnetonka Boulevard. I grew up half a mile south of it and then half a mile north of it. I used to walk down to the Dairy Queen right there, right next door when I was a kid, or ride my bike. My parents lived there. My dad just passed away a year and a half ago. So this area is very familiar to me, and I think a comparison between the two properties is appropriate for this. Minnetonka Boulevard has a center turn lane. It has sidewalks on both sides. The pizzeria property is 0.53 acres. Keys, 0.38. Big difference. The Minnetonka location has parallel parking that could accommodate 4 cars out in front. It has 3 cars street parking here. More cars here till you get to the bridge over Minnehaha Creek. There is no house abutting this property, not till you get to the other side of the creek. This parking here that accommodates a very small park that's right here has a lovely gazebo for outdoor dining. I have dined there with pizza. There is city-provided parking. There's a handicap parking spot here. These spaces, plus these, accommodate almost 20 cars that are not the responsibility of the pizza place. They have parking here, a little bit here. That's it. So the Vernon Avenue property, in comparison, has a much tighter parking area. There's no parking on Vernon. Any overflow is going to have to go onto Eden Prairie Road or to Kmart or on Highwood. And I don't know if the neighbors are going to like that very much, but that can be an issue.
All right,
Pizza's
Ms.
good.
Yeah, Ms. Wesson,
So-
I need to have you wrap up.
Okay. Another use for the property could be an affordable housing, fully wheelchair handicapped accessible, one-level duplex that the city works with Habitat for Humanity to build on this site. It's residential.
Thank
So
you.
that's another use. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Don Casbohm, lived in Edina most of my life, and now I live in West Edina. My mom happens to live across the street from...
Can we get an exact address,
Give
please?
your
Yeah,
address too.
sure, 6128 Hanson Road.
Thank you.
My mother lives at 6012 Burn Circle and has lived there since the mid-90s. I think she'd be excited, well, she has said she'd be excited to see something happen at Key's site. And we knew Kevin Keyes when I was growing up, so the site has just sat vacant for so long. I also have 30 years' experience in real estate, mostly in housing and in development. Short of a huge influx of cash from affordable housing, there's no housing that's going to work well on that site. I know that site inside and out. I looked at it outside my bedroom window forever growing up. So it's just not going to work. I think what West Edina lacks is eating places. It always has lacked it. And Vernon is a busy street. If the site parks to have 26, I think 26 was the seating, then you have enough parking. You guys have done your own studies on this. You've done your traffic study. I don't see why it wouldn't get approved. And I also don't see what a better proposal will be. I mean, short of the marijuana retail or something, and that may or may not ever happen. I don't know what the better proposal is, and I think we've been waiting a long time on this site, and it seems like the developer is stepping through with the Planning Commission all their requests. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Caswell. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Other folks? Hey, good evening.
My name's Samuel Reed. I live at 6012 Eden Prairie Road, which is, I like to say is a Frisbee toss from the Kevin Keyes property. And I hope you'll understand our anxiety about rezoning the property to commercial one. It could become anything. Next step is the liquor license, and then it's open till late at night. There's cars doors slamming, there's carousing. You know, it's going to spill into our neighborhood, which has been a quiet refuge for those of us who've lived there for some time. We'd much prefer to see it become residential as intended by the comprehensive plan. We'd much rather have new neighbors than to play restaurant roulette. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
My name is Jeff Knapp. I live at 600.
Could you give us your name again, please? I interrupted you.
Jeff Knapp,
Thanks, Jeff.
K-N-A-P-P. I live at 6005 Eden Prairie Road. It's the condominium building that's to the immediate west of the Vernon site. The principal concern of most of the people in my neighborhood is the effect on parking that would be created by having it turned into a restaurant and takeout pizza place. A prime example of what we're concerned would occur would be much the similar situation that happened down on Drew with the Red Cow and all the overflow parking from that facility ends up on Drew. We don't want to see that in what's otherwise a very quiet residential neighborhood. Another concern of mine, having been a biologist in my past life, is that Breston Park is a 206-acre park that's about 2 blocks away from that. Any food operation is going to have waste food that's got to be really securely stored, or it's going to attract vermin out of the park coming into that area. You know, the property was originally slated back in the 80s for residential development, and I think that's probably the best thing that could be done with it. Are there problems with that? Absolutely. However, if the city were to get involved, the unopened portion of Eden Prairie Road that extends eastward from where it currently goes, if that were added to the parcel, that would add significant size to what could be developed. Not to mention which our condominium has a undeveloped parcel to the west. You know, that at one point in time, I think the original applicant said, hey, how about we buy a little bit of that? And because they weren't excited about the parking, but if they knew that was residential, that might be another possibility. So there are problems with developing the property, but I believe it could be developed with more units if you were to expand by including the unopened portion of Eden Prairie Road and additional property from the adjoining condominium. The big argument for the pizza place is, oh, it'd be nice to have a little place to gather. Well, you've got 206-acre Breston Park 2 blocks away. Why couldn't the city find a little spot there that you would be able to put a pizza parlor or coffee house or something like that, where the neighborhoods could ride their bike to and gather? It seems to be a strain, and I agree it's a tough parcel to develop, but I think you just have to use a little more ingenuity than it's been worked out so far.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knapp.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to see you again and again. I'm Pam Allen, 6105 Eden Prairie Road. And I'm not going to take a lot of your time tonight because I respect your time.
Can we get your unit number too, please?
15.
Thank you.
I know you know the issues. You've read about it. You've heard about it over and over and over again. So I'm not going to reiterate all of that. This is inappropriate in so many ways that it boggles my mind that it's even on the docket anymore. We've heard a couple of pretty good alternatives on what to do with this parcel tonight, other than what it is. As far as the safety, the number of variances, the bait and switch from what we were originally presented by Jake, the fact that nobody came back to the neighborhood from his business and said, what do you all think about this? Well, I think he knows what we all think about it. Those of us that live in the immediate neighborhood are vehemently opposed to it. So I think Hanson Road would probably be a great place to have a pizza place. And I think that would be much better than where they're talking about right now. So thank you very much, and please give it your very best consideration and consider the neighbors that are very close to this and really do not want it there, and I think it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Good evening.
My name is Megan Stone. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I live at 6008 Kmar, and as many of my fellow neighbors said, I am directly close to this proposed restaurant, and I take offense when they say we don't want it. I do, and many other people in the neighborhood do. I appreciate and recognize that we don't always all agree, and that's okay. I still care about my neighbors, but I would very much like this. I think that in any kind of city or neighborhood, we have to compromise. I understand that the larger restaurant was not something that a lot of people wanted, but there's a lot of people that don't want the housing. I feel like this might be a bit of a compromise with a unique environment and have a place for people to gather. I think that that would be a great addition to our neighborhood, and I also feel that this idea of parking, I heard that they have met every requirement for it, as well as allowing people to be able to bike. We have tons of bikers, young kids. I think it would be amazing that they could go in and get a pizza somewhere and just hang out for a little bit. And they don't really have that much at all in our neighborhood, and I think that would be a great little additional spot. So, again, I appreciate my neighbors, I care about them, but I am not a we. I would really much like this to pass. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stones. Good evening. We're going to get you a handheld microphone to use. Is there one right there? Okay, good.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Pepper. I live at 6004 Eden Prairie Road. I'm very pleased we're talking about the party room. I was curious about it because it does look like there are fewer seats that could fit there. And so I went to the Minnetonka Station Pizza website. They have a party room as well that's on their website. But I've been there and there's no party room. There's no side room. Most of the nights, their party room is at side area, one of their two main seating areas. And so what the Google told me is that a 4-top table is 25 square feet. So you could fit 8 of those in here. And so this is not a 20-seat restaurant. This is a 32-seat plus 8-seat restaurant. And that is a model that is run out of Minnetonka. So I'm frustrated that we continue to talk about this 20-seat restaurant, because you shouldn't look at what's being proposed. You should look at what is the capacity that this could turn into overnight. I also wanted to share the 4-unit option that somebody that opposed West Side put together, an architect. This is 4 units. It is egress onto Vernon. I live right here. I would support egress onto Eden Prairie Road. This can work. The problem is these developers bought a PCD4 site and they paid PCD1 money for it. And now they're asking for PCD money. Mr. Mayor, you spoke about land, labor, and capital. The cost of land is the reason this hasn't happened yet, because they overpaid for the site. They bought a PCD4 site with at PCD1 money. Finally, we like to say that the closer you are to the site, the more likely you are to oppose it. So I put together this. I use red and green. Happy holidays, council members. Mrs. Stone, I did just add you. You weren't on Better Together, but you spoke tonight, so I wanted to recognize that. This is green right here. But the conclusion still holds. The closer you are to the site, all these reds are folks that wrote on Better Together and said, I am against this. Our houses screen these folks who are green, who say, I'm far enough, the parking will not bother me. So this is just a nice visual to show that the closer you are, the more likely you are to oppose this. I live on Eden Prairie Road. I'm okay with an egress onto Eden Prairie Road for development. I'm okay with affordable housing. I'm okay with all the variances that you're offering this restaurant. That's me as a homeowner speaking, and it's also me as a board member of this condo speaking, because we want to be part of a solution with this land, but it needs to be residential only. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pepper.
Good evening, Bob Slaney, 6228 Knoll Drive. I guess I'm one of the gentlemen that is green, so I'm a little further away from the proximity of the proposed restaurant. And even though I do have sympathy for maybe those that are living closer and would feel there's traffic or more congestion, I do favor a restaurant or some type of gathering space going into that spot. A gentleman a little earlier talked about the garage, the auto garage being there for a number of years. I've been a resident for 24 years, and that's been there obviously for that amount of time, double that amount of time. I think it's time for something new to move forward. And I guess my question for the council would be this. I guess it's two questions. If not this, what? If not now, when? And I think I'm not a developer, but I think from a residential area, there would be some significant challenges there. And again, although I'm green, further away, about 2 or 3 blocks, I think it would be a nice gathering place for the neighborhood. And from the standpoint of parking, I mean, maybe there could be some things done with permitting on Eden Prairie Road that if you don't have a permit, you can't park there. I'd maybe be concerned with people crossing and trying to access the restaurant from that side. But again, I'm not. I don't know about those types of things, but maybe there's some of those challenges could be overcome. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
Do I have to activate anything? Okay. Got it. Okay, great. Okay. Well, this should be a familiar image anyway. So, all right. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tracy Pepper, and I live at 6004 Eden Prairie Road. In my comments, I'd like to first focus on traffic flow into and out of the proposed restaurant. As a takeout pizza restaurant, the flow in and out will be busiest during the evening hours. Many of you are familiar with Vernon Avenue and know that it is used to bypass rush hour traffic, connect 62 and Highway 100. As you can see here, and this has, I think, already been pointed out earlier tonight, these cars would be backing up directly into this access point. The busy traffic on Vernon will then have to pause. And that will lead to, as everybody knows, no one on Vernon likes to wait. People will have to veer around into the pedestrian and bike lanes. Secondly, I'd like to provide a rebuttal to the conclusion of the recent staff report. So I just have that here. It's kind of small on that screen. Basically, it states that the proposed use of PCD1 would be less intensive land use compared to the current zoning. To support this point, the staff described that a typical automotive center generates 120 daily trips, while they estimate that a restaurant would generate 181 trips. I think that's a little misleading. 121 trips to an automotive center would be spread over probably a 10-hour period, whereas 181 at the minimum would be concentrated between approximately the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. And as we've already heard, I think that number is conservative given that it was drawn up with a 20-seat restaurant in mind. In conclusion, traffic generated by a successful, bustling evening hours restaurant whose parking lot opens to Vernon will predictably generate gridlock and hurried, unsafe workarounds by drivers. Fundamentally, the objectives of a thriving restaurant will always be in direct opposition to those of adjacent neighborhood dwellers. Every expansion of space and services, as will occur with any successful business, will place additional strain on adjacent neighbors. Their best nights will be our worst nights as people living across the street. A residential development of the site aligns with the objectives of adjacent neighbors, which is why I support variances and egress to Eden Prairie Road for a residential development. Please do not consign us to perpetual conflict with a business. We are ready to welcome new neighbors to 6016 Vernon Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepper. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm James Allen, live at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, number 15, for those that ask. I'd like to look at a little larger picture here. If, as Planning Commissioner Bennett, supported by 2 other commissioners, intends to configure the city of Edina so that there are walkable food and other offerings as gathering places in all of Edina neighborhoods, that's a quote, shouldn't that be clearly stated goal of the Edina long-term plan with considerable effort to help all residents understand the final implementation and rollout implications of that kind of a plan to put them in every neighborhood? Some difficult implementation examples would be, where would the city determine to place such gathering places in Indian Hills, Dewey Hills, or other established neighborhoods deemed currently insufficient of inadequate gathering places, as the city commissioners talked about that. The proposal does not align with some concepts expressed during past city council discussions within the goal of establishing beneficial, viable commercial areas, the concept of node areas with expansion opportunities as a priority. That's your quote. I believe this concept is impractical and encourage from a long-term standpoint and a precedent standpoint as to moving this as one of the keys to move all of Edina into a situation where they have these little places for gathering in neighborhoods that currently find it inadequate from a city planning commission viewpoint. And I suggest that there still needs to be more creative search on the use of this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sedona Tim. I'm at 6000 Eden Prairie Road, directly adjacent. This image is from my front door, so I look directly at the Kevin Keys site currently. I would like to see residential on this site. I know a lot of my neighbors have reiterated that tonight. I've been to the Station Pizza in Minnetonka. I've had to use overflow parking in the residential areas there because there isn't adequate parking there, and I'm afraid that's exactly what's going to happen to our neighborhood. I think when you rezone this and when you change the comprehensive plan, it's a bell that can't be unrung, and it just opens up the ability for other people to come in and use that site for something that wouldn't necessarily fit the neighborhood. I'm also in development, so I do know that a site can be worked, it can happen. Unfortunately, like my neighbor Matthew said, they paid commercial pricing for this lot, which it does hinder residential, but it can be worked. It's not impossible to put residential on this site. So I would just like for you to consider the adjacent neighbors, the ones that are closest, the ones that are going to be impacted the most, and put a little more weight behind their words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Evening.
Good evening. John Walborn, 6008 Eden Prairie Road. Good evening, Council. I'm not going to use my speech because I've heard a lot of the arguments and I'm respectful of your time, but I want you to go back and look at the hearings that we've had on this 3-year journey that we've all been on together. And look at the comments that you made and recognize that the majority of the reason that the 2 previous proposals failed was not a matter of incremental anything. It wasn't because it was too big a restaurant or that it was Green Drop, okay? We want a gathering place. You're going to get 8 stools and a conference room. That's not a gathering spot. We talk about parking at Green Drop. Well, we didn't want the traffic for the deliveries on Green Drop. Your words. We didn't want that. So now we're going to get the traffic backing everybody up to come pick up to go. Drop off versus to go, okay? We keep focusing on this as we've got to do something with this piece of property. No, we don't. The owner does, okay? It's not our job to solve this for them. It is our job to say what works on this piece of property, what will fit. And we have a comprehensive plan that is designed to do just that. And it has. And it has worked for 3 years that we've talked about this. What's changed at Kevin Keys? Since 1994, when he bought that piece of property for $200,000, it's been a sleepy little auto repair shop that does not have 180 anything coming in and out of it a day. It has 2 or 3, if even. What's changed is that now it's on the market for $1,250,000, $1,250,000, right? When it sold 3 years ago for, I believe, $900,000. And the owner's not taking care of it. If I didn't take care of my property the way this property looks today, you'd be knocking on my door, not waiting for me to sell it or lease it out to somebody or ask you to rezone it. You'd say, fix it. So the notion that it's ugly and it's old, it's been ugly and old for 50 years. Nobody complained about it until we said we don't want a pizza place in our front yard. And we still don't. And that comprehensive plan is, in your words, a promise made and a promise kept. And that is what we are banking on. So please go back and look at your own words in the hearings you've had on this. And what you're going to find very quickly is nothing's changed. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Folks, let's try to respect each other's opinions here. Let's not be engaged in any kind of activity like this, clapping, cheering, jeering, any type of emotional outburst. It's not fair to people in the room that have a different sort of opinion. We're trying to make sure that this is a civil place, a respectful place for people's opinions to be expressed without worrying about being shouted down or clapped down, booed down, supported. It's just not, this is the place we want to all make sure we respect each other and act as community members and treat each other's opinion with due respect. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good evening. My name is Barbara Bender. I live at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, number 36. I'm trying to boil down my comments to not be repeating a lot. But the whole concept of a comprehensive plan as a strategic plan is something that we should be able to count on unless there is a real compelling reason to depart from that. So when we buy our property, we look at the strategic plan and we say, oh, that looks good. It's guided to medium density housing. So short of a compelling need, we should be able to count on that. We are not a pizza desert on the west side of Edina. There are lots of places for us to go. There are lots of gathering places. Personally, I don't see this as compelling. I like pizza. I love pizza. But it's not that compelling. Now, the neighbors have offered several pretty concrete reasons to not go forward with this proposal. Well thought out, and I think some of the proponents of the proposal are well thought out. But by and large, what I've been hearing, and I've been at most of these events, is we like pizza, and we want a place to gather. Is that a compelling enough reason to make all these changes to the zoning of this piece of property? I think there are some creative ways. That's probably not my place for you to hear my opinions on those tonight. But finally, in closing, there is a reason that people who live within 1,000 feet of a proposed development get notified. And I think it's presumably because we have the most immediate interest in what happens to that property. So I have a lot of faith in the kind of government that says people within 1,000 feet maybe have the most urgent need to weigh in on whatever the project is going to be. So I would ask you to think about that. Think about why we have a 1,000-foot notice, why we have a strategic plan, and what kind of compelling needs does Edina have beyond a restaurant or pizza. And just finally, I overlook Vernon Avenue. And I see what happens and hear what happens. And there are a lot of screeching tires and occasionally fender benders, a lot of police activity, stopping cars. So it's not a peaceful little street during rush hour. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bender.
Bye.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name's Etienne Lobanya. I live at 6028 Kmar Drive with my wife and two young children, about 100 yards from the proposed site here. And my family's in favor of it. We think it's a really unique point in time. I think that we should take into consideration that when the comprehensive plan was made, there's been changes in homeowners' dynamics, the housing, access to housing, and you can look at some of the density that the city of Edina has been pushing for in other parts of the city. And I'm all for having a more diverse and a city with more affordable housing, but I just think it's every single site that comes up to trade hands, this gets brought up. I think this has been a commercial property for 50 years. Most of the people that live within the vicinity bought their home when there was an auto body shop there. And I think this is a really unique point in time to sit back and think about the benefit of potentially creating this unique neighborhood node. And then also go back to what Mr. Teague was talking about the feasibility of developing residential here. I work for a private equity firm that has done a lot of that type of investing, and with the amount of variances here, it would be something that I wouldn't touch as an investor because it would take so long to get approval. We've been here for 3 years. There's been no residential developer that's come forward with that type of plan, to my knowledge. This seems like a great solution and something that could create a lot of character in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Etienne.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mary Keneally Berdice. I live at 6020 Kmar Drive, and I've lived there for more than 20 years. I just, over the weekend, should have been probably doing other things, recovering from Thanksgiving, but I did a deeper dive on the comments on Better Together, because I was just really curious. I'd actually read them 4 or 5 times, but didn't come to any conclusion. So I kind of went in and took notes and identified what I thought was happening. I define the neighborhood as the south side of Vernon, the same side as the proposed Station Pizza, and the area immediately behind the proposed business on the east side of Blake Road, Eden Prairie Road, Kmar Drive, Blake Road, and Highwood Drive as the immediate neighborhood. So I kind of looked through what people were saying, and not that, other people have spoken tonight, some of the same people have spoken on Better Together Edina. But there were 38 comments against rezoning, based on, traffic, noise, safety, parking, preserving the neighborhood, all of those things. But 32 of those comments that people took the time to write are people in the neighborhood, and 6 were not in the neighborhood. So it was a total of 38 comments against. The majority, vast majority, were those that live immediately in the neighborhood, to kind of echo what Mr. Pepper said about, it becomes your immediate need the closer you are to it. There were 35 comments of people who support the rezoning. 31 who do not live in the neighborhood and 4 who do live in the neighborhood. And of those 4, 2 of them stated only with very specific considerations regarding liquor, hour of operation, parking, that sort of thing. I guess from these responses, became more clear to me that the people who live in the neighborhood who will be directly impacted are against rezoning and allowing the variances needed to make the Station Pizza business viable. A number of people came to the public hearing to voice their opinion. We do support returning the property to residential, and obviously it was said that night from, I think it was Mr. Teague, that there would have to be variances, regarding that as well. That is not something that we're opposed to. And I think that a lot of the people that support the idea of Station People, not all, as you heard tonight, are far enough away to not be directly impacted. And everybody wants more, places to eat in Edina. I mean, that was pretty clear. It's whether you want to live across the street from it or whether you want to live down the block from it, because I definitely think that those are concerns. So I'd really like you to consider what you can do to make residential a possibility. I don't know if there's any incentives that the city could offer to make that more appealing for a developer, or to use the adjacent, it's kind of like a walkway next to Kevin Keyes, that maybe that could be added, as I think someone brought up tonight. And I guess I just appreciate your time and effort on this and all the intelligent comments on both sides of the fence, so I'm not going to say anything more about that, but I just would hope you would really take to heart the people who this will be most impacted by.
Thanks, Ms. Bediz.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Azar, and I live at 5608 Highwood Drive. And I just want to go on the record. I live like 3 doors away from the site. So I just want to go on the record that I do support the pizza restaurant, and I do think it'd be a great addition to our neighborhood. And I just wanted to go on the record that there are some of us neighbors that are directly going to be impacted that do support this site and this station, the pizza station.
Thank you, Mrs. Czar.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mary Melander, 6105 Eden Prairie Road, Unit 35. I know we've talked about all kinds of things, which I was going to talk about, but I'll narrow it down. If this becomes a restaurant, and the parking on Eden Prairie Road, which we've all talked about, could be a problem, I want to talk about Vernon Avenue. If you drive up to Jerry's or Wells Fargo or any of that property up in that area, they have turn lanes. So if you're going along Vernon and you want to turn into any of those places, you get a turn lane. And the speed is 30 miles an hour up there. There will be no turn lane on Vernon Avenue to turn into the pizza or restaurant or whatever ends up there. And it's 40 miles an hour along Vernon at that spot. There's going to be accidents. There's going to be bikers who could possibly get hit coming in and out of the restaurant. It's a busy road. And so without a turn lane, it's going to be a big disaster in my mind. We would prefer residential. We would say access from Eden Prairie Road is just fine. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Andrews. Good evening.
Hello, thank you for being here, and thank you. I really appreciate being in a city that values everybody's opinion. My name is Karen Rulifson, and I live at 5604 Heather Lane, a block away, so I don't live right across the street, but very close. And I am a neighbor that is very much in favor of this particular project. And after being here tonight, I feel even more so. I really appreciate all the research that has happened, all the questions that have been asked. I appreciate that there's been a traffic study. I appreciate that there's been lots of different development focus. And it feels like, without knowing all the technicalities, that there have to be variances no matter what happens. This is not an easy site to develop whatsoever. It also seems to me that, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, but let's say the pizzeria goes in, it is very successful, but 20 years from now, it is not needed anymore. It seems like there would have to be some sort of approval if things are going to change on that site beyond the scope of what it does or beyond the scope of the actual square footage and parking. So I'm not as concerned about what is going to happen down the road based on the way the city operates now. I really appreciate how the pizzeria has let people come in and tour the area. I've been there when they open it up to the neighborhoods. I've been here at all the hearings. I've showed my support. And even though this is not an easy situation and an easy answer, I'm very, very much for it. If I have friends coming over, I will ask them to park in front of my house if they're willing to walk a block. I think even though it's more qualitative, I do think a gathering space for neighbors in that particular area would be really, really helpful. I ask the council to carefully consider this and realize that people in the neighborhood really want this. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Rulison.
I'm Marcia Miller, and I live at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, Unit 16. Mr. Keys was a wonderful neighbor. He opened in the morning by 9, but he closed at 5 o'clock. I live down the street, I can tell you. It was very quiet from 5 o'clock on. And by 9 o'clock on Vernon, most evenings, it is very quiet. If we open a pizza parlor, if it's going to be open till 10 o'clock, you're going to hear doors slamming, whether it be the people eating there or the delivery people. We've got a noise nuisance. And I have one more thing, too. That was a gas station. Then they removed the gas tanks. But for the last 15 years, which I've lived there have been old cars, new cars, antique cars parked in his garage, cracked asphalt. We all know where those cars leak oil. And I think the EPA needs to look at the ground underneath that piece of property before we do anything with it. I know from experience from a friend who ended up with a gas station. They thought the gas tanks were gone, but the ground was contaminated. And I just think the city ought to look at that before they do anything, because that gas station's been there. I have some friends who grew up knowing that gas station when there wasn't a Kmart or Eden Prairie Road or anything except that gas station. So I think that's a real issue, and I hope that you would look into that. One more thing, Eden Prairie Road is a residential road. In the afternoon, there are kids on their scooters. The school bus stops there every afternoon. It stops on Kmart. You see people pushing baby strollers. You see elderly walking there. And I think if we have a pizza parlor, it's going to be like the Red Cow. They're going to be parking down the street. And I think that's going to be a hazard to the children that work on the streets. I just want to thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Miller.
Hello, my name is Joan Johnson, and I also live at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, apartment 13. And I would like to take up where the previous person left off, and that is to take another look at the parking situation that we're facing over there. There is no parking on Vernon. There's limited parking with the pizzeria, and all of the Eden Prairie Road is going to be susceptible to the overflow. And it is a detriment to the neighborhood as a whole. But I would also like to speak on behalf of 6105 Eden Prairie Road, which is the condominium in which I and some of the other people in this room live. We only have one off-street parking spot in that complex. So, and it's on the side of the building toward the back of the yard. So anyone parking there can hardly get into the front door. And because of that, we as residents of 21 units need to have parking space in front of that condominium for all of our guests and services. We don't have a choice. So when you start getting overflow parking into that area and the traffic along with it, it really hinders the capability of people to be able to park in front of a residence that is, like I said, filled with 21 units. So I hope that you will consider that as also a valid point in terms of the discussion of whether or not this would be a good idea. Because it certainly is going to impact these people in this condominium every single day from the time that building is opened on. So I would like you to really think about that before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Johnson. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tom Colbury. I live at 6004 Kmart Drive, just a lob wedge away. I think in addition to everything else we've talked about, one thing jumped out at me the most tonight, and it was the discussion about what happens next. Let's say hypothetically that with all the variances and all the zoning changes, that instead of approving a pizza place here tonight, you would be asked to put in a THC dispensary or a pawn shop or an indoor shooting range that would be awfully loud or some other undesirable thing. I'm not trying to cast aspersions against use. I'm just trying to say it was one of those things. Would you approve it if that was the proposal here tonight? And if you wouldn't, then I don't think you should now, because the issue with this zoning is that once you zone it for commercial use and the owner decides to sell for whatever reason, because businesses do that, or they fail, then the next owner could be one of these places that you wouldn't ever think of wanting to approve in a totally residential neighborhood. And that's the issue to me. I like pizza too, and I like to gather too, but I bought our house 30 years ago with the understanding that it was a residential neighborhood, so it was a great place to raise a family, and it was. And there's lots of new families coming in, and they all want a good place to raise a family too. And maybe they move in, and it's a pizza place, and yahoo, and 5 years later, 5 months later, something happens, they sell, and then the next guy comes in, he says, oh, you're gonna love this place. We got bongs for $3. You know, is that what we wanna do with this neighborhood? I don't think so. And I just urge you to think about the long-term consequences of making a zoning change like this. I think the city could take some money and try and figure out how can we provide an incentive for a developer to come in. I thought the comments earlier about somebody spending way too much for this were sort of right on track. And I can't blame somebody for wanting to get their money out of it, but that's not the city's problem and it's not our neighborhood problem. I think if a developer said, I happen to hear that the condo development next door would be very open to working with us for that unused land, maybe they'd sell it to us if it was a residential opportunity. And if the city said, you know what, we do want residential in there, we'll offer to put up variances that would make it easier for you to do that, I think you could drive this in the right direction without creating this Pandora's box scenario. And that's the thing that I think we should think about. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Colby.
And happy holidays.
You as well. Anyone else in the audience on this issue wish to testify? Got somebody coming up.
Evening.
Good evening.
My name is Maureen Lannon. I'm at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, number 14. And I'd really like the opinion of the Edina Police Department. For cars coming and going on Vernon, 40 miles an hour, there's no access lane. They're going over a bike lane. And the potential for accidents is very, very large. And also the liability to the city if they approve this because of all of the problems that we'll have in traffic and people getting hurt. Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. All right, if you folks stand by, we'll check to see if we have anybody online that wishes to testify. Yes, come on up.
Hello, still Francois Boudin and still live 7217 Oakland Avenue. I do remember my address. I live on the other side of Edina, so I'm not directly concerned with that, but I wanted to have or to raise a concern more about maybe the process. It sounds to me, I'm concerned in general with Edina with a different project on France Avenue. And what I see is people come with a project and it gets rejected, people complain about it, then somebody else comes, new project, people reject it, and the project evolves, and there is feedback from the residents, feedback from the council members, and eventually something gets approved. And usually it's worse for some people, at least at some point. For example, in my opinion, what was accepted on France Avenue is worse than some other earlier proposals. So my question is, would it make sense to have a different way to have proposals where there are multiple options so that the residents don't have to say no, 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 and in the end end up with something that's worse than maybe the first proposal? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that thought. Anybody else wish to testify in this matter that's in the chambers this evening? All right, let's check online to see if we have any folks that have been listening in that would want to testify.
I do have a caller on the phone. As a reminder to that caller, if you would like to speak, please press *1 on your telephone keypad. That signals your intent to speak, and I can unmute your line at that point. Again, that's *1 on your telephone keypad. I'm not seeing any signal. I'm not sure how long you want to wait.
Yeah, well, they may be waiting to testify in the next matter.
That's true. Still no signal.
Still nothing? No. Okay. I'm going to bring it back up here. I'm going to just look out into the audience one more time to see if anybody out here wishes to testify regarding this matter. Otherwise, I'm going to bring it back up to the council for a little conversation about what's next in terms of process. And you heard our, here we go, the last voice.
Hi, my name is Robert Melander. I live at 6105 Eden Prairie Road, like a lot of other people here. I'm just going to bring up one point that it hasn't been mentioned at all, and that is, you talk about pods. I don't think we want to start a new pod with one thing. Every other restaurant is in usually a larger facility of other commercial businesses at the same place. And so it's not such an intrusion as it would be into an individual neighborhood. So I hope you consider that and not start a new type of pod with only one thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that thought, Mr. Melander. Okay, let's
My
bring it.
person has signaled.
Oh, well, yeah, wow.
Sorry.
Oh, you got so excited. We didn't know what to do up here.
I distracting over here.
Man, I saw your arms fly up in the air, and somebody wants to talk to me.
I'm going to unmute the caller's line. Caller, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Go ahead, your line should be open.
Yes, this is Darlene Munson, 6005 Eden Prairie Road, Unit 210. I'm directly west of the Kevin Keys site, and I face and overlook the property as is. Just an FYI, it was not star 1 that got me in, it's star 3.
Thank you.
So if there's any other callers, you might want to let them know.
Thank you. I actually questioned
Okay.
my video staff. I said, is it star 1? So thank you.
All right, Mrs. Munson, go
Okay.
ahead.
Yes, okay, I'll make this very quickly. I know it's been a long night for everybody, and I appreciate your time.
We're just getting warmed up.
Yes, I do, okay, well, that's good to know. I do have a concern. I mean, one, because I am right there. My windows overlook the property. My concern is, the car doors opening and shutting, headlights coming and going, because this business will be functioning later than the Kevin Keys. Kevin Keys was a 9 to 5. I've heard people get up and say that they're tired of the property sitting there in disrepair for years. Well, this property didn't even sell until 2021. I mean, that's when Kevin Keys closed. And so we're talking 3 years. And I think the process of trying to develop it has really only been probably about 2 or a little over 2. It has not been even the full time. I'm concerned about what would happen if the pizza leaves and what would come in, the hours, especially on the weekend. My concern is the delivery people coming and going, it would be right there on the side of the building that faces the condo building, and the condo in particular that I'm in. I wondered about how many employees would be there. And how many employees where are they gonna park? Are they taking up the parking spots that are already there, and yet then now allowing, customers to come in? So then those employees are gonna need a place to park. Either they're gonna be on Eden Prairie Road, or the customers are gonna be on Eden Prairie Road. And that's the road I live on. And right now, Eden Prairie Road and running into Kmart, it is just the most wonderful mix of seniors and young families. I mean, you see the seniors out there walking. Sometimes, yes, it's a cane or a walker, but it is at a nice slow pace, and they're out there enjoying the fact that they have this safe space that they can walk in. You see these young families with their kids, the bikes, the scooters, the strollers, they're all there. And I go, okay, do we really need to develop something that has these kind of hours in such a residential neighborhood? I know that everybody would like to say they want something walkable. I got to tell you what, Olive Fresh Pizza on Lincoln Drive is not that far. I've walked to it, and I live right there next to Kevin Keys building. And I've walked to the Olive Fresh Pizza, and it is a great gathering space. So if that's what you're looking for, we have it. It just might mean you have to walk maybe 5 or 10 minutes longer than what you're thinking, or ride your bike there. But I am really going to say that I am open to a residential, keeping within the residential. I am not opposed to that. I just am concerned about any new business coming in with these extended hours, with cars, with headlights, potentially even music at some point if they decide they want to pipe in music in the outdoor parking lot. And
Okay, Mrs. Munson, I need to have you wrap up your comments because I've let you drift over a little bit here, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
can't tell. But
anything else?
No, I just wanted to just say thank you very much for your time and.
Oh, you're welcome.
And just.
Okay, thanks, Mrs.
I'm one of those red dots, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Mayor Hovland, Mrs. Munson has inspired other callers, and I do have another caller signaling an intent to speak. So caller, listen for the tone when I unmute you, and then begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Your line should be open now.
Hi. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Brad Fox at 6101 Kmart Drive, just about half a block away from the proposed site. And just wanted to, voice our family's opinion in support of this restaurant and the required variances to put it at this location. As others have voiced, respect others' opinions and the varying impacts around the neighborhood. As you'll note, Eden Prairie Road and Kmart Drive is a horseshoe street. It's not a through street. So as a resident of Kmart, to the extent any overflow traffic ends up in the neighborhood, I recognize that we'll be, recipients of that. But our family sees this as a place to go, walkable, recognize that Olive's Pizza is a walkable option from our house, but it is a 30-minute walk, and with a 1-year-old, that can be challenging. And we're one of the families with one child and planning to grow the family, and having something that is this accessible is very appealing to us. And I recognize that there is a lot of contesting views within the neighborhood, but just also, want City Council to recognize that the neighborhood is not speaking as a whole. We all have individual voices, and some of the maps that have been shown don't represent everyone's voices. They were pulled off of the Better Together website, which not necessarily everyone in the neighborhood was aware of to comment on, versus potentially more coordination amongst those in opposition. And, we did listen to the Planning Commission meeting the other week, and I'd just like to raise too that the Planning Commission had not been aware of any prior inquiries to developing this to be residential since it's in the 30 plus years it's been Kevin Keyes. So all those, suggesting that this could be residential, there just has not been any evidence that regardless of the price for the property, that there's appetite for investors or developers to put something in this location. So just want to reiterate my support for this, realize that there could be some challenges with it, but you obviously have conducted the appropriate traffic studies, and I did look at the Station Pizzeria restaurant in Minnetonka, and as someone had compared the parking and lot size, I do want to highlight that based on an article I found, that is a 65-seat restaurant versus a much smaller option here.
Mr. Fox, I need to have you wrap up. Unfortunately, you're done over time here.
No, Yep, I'll be mindful of your time. So thank you all for taking our opinion to consideration, and have a nice night.
Thank you. Yeah, it's hard to know when your time is up when you don't have a
It is.
light in front of you.
I have no other callers at this time.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a lot of interested folks around this issue of what the future of this piece of property should be. So I think the staff has suggested that we continue this matter to the December 17th City Council meeting. So the motion would be to close the public testimony this evening and then close the submission
Mayor,
of
should we close the public hearing, or is it?
the public testimony.
Okay.
But we'll leave the public hearing open to for submission of anything in writing until noon on Sunday,
Okay.
December 8th.
Okay,
So we can leave the hearing open, but the testimony, the public testimony this evening would be closed. And then we would close, people could submit written materials until noon on Sunday, December 8th, and then we would close the public hearing and continue the action to the December 17th City Council meeting. I think that's what you intended, Director Teague?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just getting confused.
Yeah, well, I think, it's hard to leave something open for public testimony other than written testimony beyond tonight.
Right, right.
So we're done with, I think the notion is we're done with oral testimony tonight, but written submissions could come in until noon on Sunday, the 8th. And then we would take the matter up on December 17th. Member Agnew?
Do we still want to entertain questions
Sure.
tonight?
For staff or
Yeah.
others?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can do that before we entertain a motion. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that out of all that testimony, questions may have arisen, so go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'll start with questions that I have for staff. What levers do we have as a city to manage the number of seats? So when we get a proposal for 20 seats, and I know that this is one of the influencers in parking requirements, what levers do we have to actually maintain that 20 doesn't turn into 40 or 60 within a certain property?
Yeah, I just had a discussion with the city attorney on that. Recall our parking standards before we made our changes 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We did regulate number of seats in a restaurant, but we did change that to the square footage. So I don't believe that we could condition the number of seats, restricting the number of seats here.
Okay, thank you. The next questions are more about kind of traffic, and maybe parking. But if we perceive traffic to be an issue on this site, could we potentially lower the speeds on this road?
It's a county-maintained road, so they would have to do the study and consider any speed changes, but we'd be party to that study.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know who to direct this question to, but when we hear about potential overflow parking into the neighborhoods, is the introduction of permitting an option? And if so, what would be the process? I assume down the road, once it was identified as an issue, what would be the process to enable that?
So we haven't done permit parking. If you recall, around the high school, there's a lot of concerns with parking there. So we haven't done permit parking. If there was a parking issue, we'd probably bring that through the Traffic Safety Committee, which would have planning, engineering, police, and we'd consider what changes we could do or require them to do to address the situation before we would probably go to permit parking.
Okay, so it's not off the table, but it would be new and something we're exploring as a city.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And I know this came up on the Burley site. Have we required or will we require any kind of contamination study for this site, for the soils, given that it was previously a gas station?
Yeah, it has been done on this site. I apologize, I didn't put the letter from the MPCA in your packet, but the gas pumps were removed back in the 90s. And then when the current property owners purchased the property, they got a letter from the MPCA basically stating that the site's clean and a restaurant proposal could move forward.
Thank you. Okay, the next couple of questions I have are for the applicant. We potentially got information on this from public testimony, but I'd love to hear from you. How many seats are in the Minnetonka location?
We have outdoor seating we have picnic tables, so it's a little tough, but in the neighborhood of 80. And inside, I think we have 72.
Thank you. And then also, are you planning to be open for lunch hours as well?
Yeah, currently our restaurant's open 11 to 9 during the week and 11 to 10 Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
And yeah, we would plan on the same hours there.
Okay, wonderful. We had heard some consideration that potentially the hours for traffic were reduced down to just the evening hours. So I just wanted to validate that when we did the traffic study, that was taking into account the total day of traffic. I think that is all the questions I have, and refraining from any kind of comment until we revisit. But thank you.
Okay, yeah, you covered the ones that I had, the permitted parking or no parking on Eden Prairie Road, concerns about capacity in the restaurant, contamination issue, and there was one other one that you covered too. Member Risser.
This has to do with process, and I did go look at the zoning map and look at all of the little properties that are designated as PCD4. And I'm wondering if this could, since we're opening the door to, a development that requires a lot of variances, and switching to PCD1, could this then encourage other gas station sites to pursue this kind of development? And, would we, are we setting a precedent that we need to think about? And then I do
You
have
directing
another.
that to Mr. Teague?
Yes, and maybe our county, or our attorney as well.
In general, we could see requests to rezone properties that are currently gas stations. I think the difference with those other sites is they're guided in our comprehensive plan for retail uses, whereas this site, there's that conflict.
Okay.
But they would have to go through a rezoning process in order to rezone from PCD4 to PCD1.
And then looking the opposite direction in the past, and I did write this in my email to you about, have we rejected other applications to rezone that had variances? And you did respond that, yes, we have done that on this site, but we have probably done that on other sites in Edina for other projects. And does that open up the door for people to say, hey, you denied me this and you just granted it to them? What's up with that? This is capricious. You should look at why you rejected this.
Yeah, every proposal is looked at on its own merits. So would this set a precedent for another type of request? The circumstances here are pretty unique, but yeah, all I can say is each proposal we would have to look at on its own merits. Whether we could make comparisons to this project, it's kind of hypothetical, but.
I guess I'm not so much concerned about the unique specifics, but just the act of, going through a comprehensive plan amendment to rezone for a site plan that does not meet the specifications of the zone that is being requested is kind of a big ask. And so just in general, all of the times where we have not approved rezoning because the site plan, and regardless of whether it was a residential, maybe going from R2 to R3, and then being told, no, you can't do that because your plan was not compatible. Could that be problematic?
I don't believe it would be problematic. Another example would be the Southdale Office Center, where there was a request for a rezoning to a different PUD from what was approved. That was denied. We had the other requests come through on that same site to rezone to planned commercial district. That one didn't follow through.
Thank you.
What I heard, though, embedded in what you asked was, for the city attorney, does the granting of variances have precedential value from one project to another?
Thank you.
So, Mayor, in my opinion, it does not. So zoning and variances I view as two separate things. And zoning, the council has fairly wide discretion, and variance, the legal standard is practical difficulties, and it's applied to that particular parcel. So I don't think the granting of variances on one parcel sets a precedent for granting of variances on another parcel, because each parcel has to be viewed separately on its own merits, and the practical difficulties legal standard has to be applied to that parcel. So I don't think the granting of variance sets a precedent.
And those practical difficulties involve not only the shape of the property in this situation, but also the use?
Well, there's different standards within the practical difficulties, and one of those is uniqueness, and the uniqueness usually applies to the physical characteristics of the parcel. And so it would probably be, the physical characteristics would be different if you got a variance application on a different parcel.
That's what I assumed. Okay, and then Member Jackson had the thought too.
Yes, I have a question for the architect. Looking at the traffic flow and where the ingress and egress are, one of the testifiers talked about when the delivery people would be backing up, they'd be backing up into where people were coming in. Can you explain why you chose this traffic flow?
This particular traffic flow is actually a reverse of what we had in the original proposal. This actually increases the flow, makes it easier for someone to circulate, making right-hand turns in and out of the site. Those three spots in the back there, those were we showed those basically on the recommendation and just in talking to the traffic, the person doing the traffic study and looking at our parking. Again, those aren't legal parking spots in the sense that they're not meeting the requirement. They're not being used to meet the requirement of the site. Those are just there as a place to show, look, we have a little extra bit of parking that could be used if there was some overflow that was required. Again, obviously, our owner wants to be a good neighbor, doesn't want overflow into the neighborhood, doesn't want to affect them. Ultimately, it's a public street. We can't control who does or does not park there. Perhaps you guys can, I don't know. But that's, we are meeting all of the requirements that have been put to us. Like Director Teague mentioned, the number of seats isn't actually what we use to determine parking. It's based on the square footage. It's based on the footprint and size of the building, and we are meeting the parking requirements for all of that, plus a little extra on those 3 spots.
Yeah. So just specifically, you did look at which was the safest way to get in and out, and this is the preferred way?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good, thanks. Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The only other request that I have for when we take this back up, heard a lot of comments tonight, the concerns of opening Pandora's box, so it's a restaurant now, what happens in the future. And so I would like for you to be able to talk through, not tonight, but when we come back, what are the ways that we can mitigate that should this get approved? And I would do that bit of work with the attorney as well so that we can have enough specificity when we come back. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Good observation, yeah. Thank you for that comment. All right. So we had started to discuss the adoption of a motion to close the oral testimony in this matter this evening and leave the public hearing matter open as to written submissions on this public hearing until noon on on Sunday, December 8th, and then continue the action to the December 17th City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Pierce moves.
Second.
Member Agnew seconds the motion as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. This matter will be continued for submission of oral testimony or written testimony until noon on Sunday, December 8th. And then we will take it up for action on the December 17th City Council meeting agenda. Thanks, folks, for being here this evening. Appreciate the civility involved in all the conversation. It was a very good one. All right. And we just hold off a second, I think, until we let people clear the chambers.
I guess I can go outside.
Yeah? Well, I think you're kind of stuck.
like, she's gonna do this every year. She's gonna scoop.
Not ready to go? Ari? Should be. Okay. Everybody ready to go back to it here? All right, folks, the next matter on the agenda this evening is the proposed 2025 tax levy and adopting the operating budget for 2025. I suspect what's going to happen is we're going to take the presentation and testimony tonight because this is a public hearing, and then we will probably I think because the council had questions in work session, we had a work session that lasted about an hour and a half as our part of our continuing work on this budget. I know folks were concerned about the fact that we'd set a preliminary levy at slightly over 13%, but we had latitude in there to then work down from that number. And that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to figure out what makes sense here. In light of the services we're trying to deliver, the other things we're trying to make sure that we do on behalf of the residents of our community at their request. I mean, the budget, I think, reflects an expansion of obligations and services that were requested by our residents, especially from a public safety standpoint. So we're going to hear more about that, but I'm going to turn first to the city manager who's with us remote, who has been on leave. And he's going to introduce the topic, and then our finance director, Pa Tao, will make a presentation and talk about some of the options that we have relative to the potential setting of the permanent levy for 2025. And so we'll turn now to Manager Neal. Manager Neal, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I am going to give a brief preamble about our budget process and about the budget proposal that we have for you tonight. Can you hear me okay tonight?
We can.
Okay. The public hearing that we are having tonight is part of this state statutory process that city governments all go through before they approve their budget for the upcoming year. We do this hearing every year. It's almost always at this same council meeting every year. What's interesting for us is that this is kind of the end of a 2-year budgeting cycle. Right? Most of the budget decisions and discussions that we had that are going to be part of the 2025 budget were really held it started in the spring of 2023 and were held mostly in 2023. Those budgets that budget proposal moved forward for 24 and for 2025. When we start our discussion for future budgets in 2025, we'll be focused on 2026 and 2027. That's how our processes work traditionally. The council may want to give some consideration to whether you still support that kind of biennial budgeting, but we will do that. That discussion really takes place starting in the spring of 2025. I would characterize the 2025 budget proposal that's in front of you tonight as an investment budget. It's not a budget that is just covering the cost of living adjustments and a few increases in costs. It's a budget that is looking at making significant operations and maintenance changes, especially in public facilities, including a significant new public facility that we're just starting our new debt service payments on, and that's the fire station, the new fire station down in the Southdale area. This budget also makes a significant investment in people, primarily public safety staffing. We add 3 full-time positions to our police department, 6 to our fire department, and 1 to our Parks and Rec department. And even the one in our Parks and Rec department is really oriented towards security. So what we have for you tonight is a presentation that we've shared with you a couple of times before, and we kind of honed it down to what you're going to see tonight earlier this evening, Mr. Mayor, which you referenced. We'd like to be able to do that presentation for you. We know it's a public hearing. We'll be available to answer questions for you at the end of the public hearing. And at this point, I'll turn it over to our Finance Director, Pa Tao, and Pa will lead us through the budget presentation tonight.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Manager Neal, for that introduction. And Dr. Tao, welcome again, and we'll let you proceed with your.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. So with what City Manager Scott Neal said, I will start us off with the background of where we were, and where we are today. I'll then wrap us into 2025 budget and levy, and then we'll take a little dive into our 2025 and 2030 capital improvement plan. At the end, of course, we'll open it up for public testimony and hopefully adopt a 25 budget and levy, as well as accepting the 25 through 2030 capital improvement plan. So with this being said, this started back when Council adopted the biennial budget back in December of 2023. This includes the 2024 and 2025 operating budget, as well as the city work plan. Since then, we met with Council in April 29th to discuss goal setting at the Council retreat, where you directed staff what your priorities are. Since then, internally, we've reviewed it through committees, as well as executive leadership team, through finalizing and proposing a preliminary levy at the September 17th council meeting. Through a series of work sessions and whatnot, we, throughout this fall, we are here tonight on December 3rd, where we just had our council work session earlier today. And then we are meeting right now to share with you what our proposed final 2025 levy is, as well as the 2025-2030 CIP. With this being said, we are sanctioned by Minnesota statute. I have another slide on it where we have to adopt a final levy 5 working days after December 20th. Otherwise, we will default to what our last year's operating levy is. So a little background into how the city's budget play into a role into the city's strategic policy. Overall, it's a small component of the implementation level, at the implementation level of the overall vision Edina. And like we mentioned earlier, we do a biennial budget process, budget adoption, with the even year being the first year of the biennial budget, where we focus in on more of the CIP process and plan, whereas the second year in 2025 will be the first year, will be the year where we focus in on the next 2 years' biennial budget. Here is just a reminder recapturing where the adopted biennial budget was, adopted in December of 2023. The first 2 columns is your adopted and tentatively adopted budget for 2025. On the far right column is our proposed preliminary levy or budget for 2025. I want to call out that of the 13.14%, this includes a 5.46% increase, which is for the expansion of public safety in both fire station and police. I mentioned a little bit earlier where we met at council retreat and staff received priorities from council as far as what should be our priorities as we develop or take a look at developing the CIP and the budget for 2025. we had to keep in mind of maintenance and preservation, as well as accessibility and inclusion, and the consideration for flexibility for future use on any projects. With all the CIP projects that was submitted, staff were then put into a prioritization committee where staff internally had to review it based on two different criteria. First being project justification and urgency. Is the project or the equipment or the facility at hand that is proposed, is it still safe? Is there a hazard that we have to be concerned about? What about the expansion and level of service of these projects? Second criteria is more based off of our values impact. How does these projects, how do they align with the city's values? And then finally, we shared out on a public engagement the CIP story map, which gives an overview that tells residents how, what is the whole process of the CIP? How does that fit into the city's budget? And so with this QR code, we created an online website that goes through that process for the public. And I mentioned earlier, yes, there is a statutory requirement sanctioned by Minnesota state statute that we have to adopt we have to certify a final levy by December 28th or 5 working days after the 20th. If we fail to do so, we will be operating based off of a levy that was certified last year for 2024. Another question that we get commonly is when property taxpayers pay their property tax, where does it all go? In this pie chart, it shows that you are paying about 25% to the city of Edina, but then there's also different level of governments that takes a piece of the pie, considering there is Hennepin County, the Edina School Districts, and then there's also your special districts such as watersheds districts and the other different districts in the city. Another question is, what is our taxation process here in the city of Edina? This is not unique to city of Edina. All municipal government, they go through this similar process, where in March, valuation notices is sent out to property owners based off of what their value is for the year, and then through that, we adopt then city preliminary levy, and then we send out tax notices in November. And here tonight, we are at the public meeting where residents can testify on what their process is. In addition, I also want to share that we do have people from our assessing department here with us tonight. So if after tonight's public hearing, if you have any questions in regards to your property valuation, residents can meet with staff in the foyer after the presentation. Here's another way to look at how your property tax is calculated. This is a example of how that is calculated. It's all based off of your parcel value times the class rate of what type of property it is, and then that equals your tax capacity.
You might want to explain who establishes the class rate.
Yes, the class rate is established by state. And then your parcel base value, that is your market value. That is what the assessor office assesses on what your value is worth. And so all of that plays into this calculation, which is pretty complex, and then it gives out what you pay at the end of the day on your property tax. So with this being said, residents may see more or less on what their 2025 property tax bill is going to be. I just want to say that there's many different factors that goes into this. This has to do with your home value. It has to do with how it's calculated, what your tax capacity is at the end of the day. So with that being said, the next part we'll be talking about is our 2025 budget and levy. What I have here is how the city of Edina compares in terms of our 2025 preliminary levy proposal of the 13.14% increase. How does the city of Edina compare to the different jurisdiction that affects residents or property owners in the city of Edina across all those different jurisdictions that I have listed up there? This is another comparison, taking a look at how does the city of Edina compare to its peers. Usually these are the same cities that, this is the same list of city, that we compare year on year during this time of the year. with the city being listed, what those cities' tax rate is for 2025, and then based off of those tax rate, how much will a property tax owner be paying on the same median value home in the city of Edina, which is $712,300? How much will their tax bill be based off of their unique tax rate in those cities? And then on the far right column is the amount of tax that they will be paying if there was a $1 million home in those cities. So as you can see there, Edina is, I would say, amongst this list of peer cities that we compare ourselves to, we are still with the 13.14, we are still the fourth smallest in terms of tax rate and tax bill. This next slide here shows the 2025 general fund sources. So this is in terms of, if you're just going to talk about corporation or operating, this is your revenues, what keeps the city operating. Of course, 73% of it is made up of property tax levy being the main source of funds to operate the general fund. The rest is then made up of charges for services, license and permits to federal or state aid or local aids, and then your franchise fees and fines and forfeitures, rounding it off. On the flip side, what are the uses, right? And so subtotal by department and functionality here are all the different departments within the general fund that utilizes the property tax levy to operate and provide services to the city of Edina. I want to show here that this also only includes portion that is dependent on the levy. So this doesn't include anything that's any of the department percentages that's dependent on franchise fees or utilities or whatnot. And also the expenses here does not include capital or equipment or debt service payments that we're obligated to make. These next couple of slides are going to take a deeper dive into those departments that I showed in the previous slide, what kind of service the city of Edina can provide within the general government. So with that being said, you're going to see a percentage in the department called out, but then I also want to focus you in on the fonts that's in green. These are unique to the city of Edina, where those comparable cities that I showed earlier, city of Edina has that other city may not have. And then fire department at 15%. We do have a public health division that is unique to the city of Edina. With this being said, we also offer ambulance service, training facility, rental and inspection, residential redevelopment. These are all unique to city of Edina. Park and Recs department is made up of 13%. That's dependent on the general fund levy. Unique to this is, of course, operating the different enterprises. Public Works Department is dependent on 13% of the levy. This goes from your sidewalks and bridges maintenance to your street maintenance and snow plow here shortly, as we are in December, to your general maintenance of the different equipments. Engineering Department is dependent on 13%. This is from your general engineering services to transportation, engineering facilities, sustainability, HVAC, and whatnot. Our Community Development Department is dependent on about 4% of the general fund levy. This is from your planning division to our assessing, as well as our affordable housing. Administratively, in the admin department, let me take a step back, there's the operating component, which is 2% dependent on the general levy. This is to run your city clerk office, your city council, and your equity division. And then, of course, there's the support department, which includes finance, IT, HR, admin, support, and communication, which is dependent on 16% of the general fund levy. And so council had asked in a previous work session to provide what the FTE counts are for all funds in the past couple of years. And so here you have the summation or a comparison for all the full-time equivalents across all funds since 2023 to the proposed 25 budget. And this does include those new proposed positions that we had committed to for the new expansion of the public safety. And so up next, I'm going to talk about our 2025-2030 capital improvement plan. Through the process, departments submitted 311 projects totaling $692 million over the next 6 years. $497 million of these amounts that was submitted has designated funding, meaning the difference are still TBD in terms of funding. We don't have a funding source committed to them yet, but that is just to share with you in terms of volume of projects that we still have yet to touch on. A majority of the projects that were submitted, 55% were infrastructure and 30% were building needs. Now, in terms of funding source for the 2025-2030 CIP, if we were to say all those projects for those needs by category, how are we funding for these projects? A majority of it, starting on the left side, is the first pie chart. That is the construction fund being the main or more of the bigger piece of the pie as a funding source for these projects. The next one is the utility fund at 36, and then the smaller slivers are from your PACS fund, HRA fund, and other funds. Now, if we were to take a step back and say, what is construction fund made out of? That will be your second pie on the right. This is then made up of our CIP bond, similar to the fire station bond that we just did for the fire station 2, to your local option sales tax from sales tax revenue that is collected, to special assessment collection, as well as the different levies that we levy for, such as the special street levy and the CIP levy and the equipment replacement levy. And then, of course, we then have donations and MSA fundings, bridge maintenance, and PEG funds fees that supports all the construction fund projects. A little history here as I share the projection of the CIP levy. Prior to 2014, there was no CIP levy. We were funding for CIP projects through our reserve rather than having a designated CIP levy. Since then, we recognize that there is a need to keep up with the maintenance and the projects that we need to keep up with as there is ongoing maintenance and things are needing to be kept up with. We have then slowly started increasing the CIP levy. Recognizing that there is an amount of maintenance needs and projects to be...
Hold that thought for just a moment
Yeah.
here. Member Jackson has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to insert now that when we have a surplus at the end of the year, that also goes into this fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. So if you recall, in September, when we did the preliminary levy, if there was a budget surplus, and so with that, there was a policy that council adopted that whenever there's a surplus, we take that budget surplus and we put it back into the construction fund to build for the construction fund to fund any future project needs.
And that's asset preservation and things like that, and park shelters and things.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so with that being said, the projection of the CIP here is based off of the different projects that I presented earlier in terms of volume, right? So to keep up with the capital needs over time to meet long-term goals, we're going to have to consider and have conversation going forward on what the CIP levy will look like. Here is a listing of projects that are either too big for our annual cash basis reserves, or otherwise it's going to take up the entirety of our CIP levy. Therefore, staff is recommending that when the time comes, we start having conversation with council about these projects as there is an opportunity for bonding. Of course, it's listed here in years, but then in the years that it's proposed, but then of course we can't do it without having a conversation with you all as far as what the outlook of these projects look like. Here's a different way to look at that. In terms of our debt service obligations to taking out bonds for projects, there is an opportunity, as you can see in 2024, 23, existing bond or debt will fall off. There's an opportunity for us to bond for other projects that we need to consider for that are infrastructure needs or equipment needs that we need to consider. So this is just another way to look at that previous slide. As old debt fall off, there's an opportunity to bring in new financing for existing projects. Now, taking all those different tools, putting it together is what I have here is our financial management plan. This is taking a look at what our operating need is for the general fund, our capital needs, as well as what are the different mechanisms we can use to fund these capital needs, from bonding to the different debt service levies. And so, as you can see here, highlighted in yellow is the capital improvement plan levy, where I mentioned earlier, where previously, historically, we never levied for it separately. We always paid through it from reserve. And so I wanted to show here that right now, tonight, we're proposing a 13.14% increase for 2025. However, 5.46% of this increase is from the expansion of public safety. Without the 5.46, we will actually be less than what you are seeing in terms of trends in the past, as well as projecting forward. We'll be at about a 7 point or so percentage. Your question is, so then what makes up this 13.14%? I talked a little bit earlier about the expansion for public safety. This includes those new positions listed here in green at the bottom, as well as our obligation for making debt service payments to our new Fire Station 2. That equates to about a 5.5% alone for just the expansion of public safety. All the other rests are more so for our base increase. This has to do with healthcare, market adjustment, inflation, and whatnot. This is at a 5.9. We then, after the last work session in August, or after the preliminary adoption, the direction from council was, what are some possible reductions that staff can propose to council to consider in terms of our impact, in consideration of reduction and impact on our out years? What are those options, right? So the next couple of slides, this is our summary slide. I'll come back to this, but then here are some options. If we make certain decisions for the 2025 to buy down our increase, there is I mentioned it earlier in the work session, where you're just moving the bubble unless you completely remove it from the playbook. You're moving the bubble from one bucket to the other. And so as you can see, the 25 impact and the 26 impact. Here's another way to look at it in those different scenarios. I'll come back to this, but then this is just the detailing out of those different impacts, the different possible reduction and its amount and impact on the 2025 levy increase. So what is these possible reduction? So the first one we have is our zoning code update. We have it in our operating budget that we have a zoning code plan update. It's been a while. It's been 54 years since the last major update was done to the Edina zoning ordinance. With this, our proposal is that we pay for the $250,000 zoning amendment from our cash reserve instead of levying for it in 2025. And like you mentioned earlier, Councilmember Jackson, how we always have a surplus. We had in the last couple of years, and then with our policy, we're able to put that back into our construction fund, more so for these one-time costs. So this is one of the proposal that we could take a look at. This, of course, will then buy down this levy increase by 0.46%. Our next option is the design of the cold storage site. This, the cold storage site, what it is it holds a lot of our equipment over the different season. So for the winter, we take out our winter equipment, and then we put in our spring equipment. And then we do this in the spring where there's no more snow. We put in all our winter equipment into storage. With this, it helps keep the duration, the durability of our equipment longer, and it also doesn't delay service when we need to bring it back out to put it into service. So with this, an assessment was done. We have had fix done to the building, but these are more so just to get by. But then this here is funding for the whole entire cold site storage, where we will eventually bond for it in the future, and we can recoup it back as design costs. 300,000 of it can be paid. We're proposing to use reserve to pay for the cold storage site repairs, which we can recoup then through the bonding when we do issue bond for it. And this will then be a decrease to the 13.14 of 0.55%. The next option is delaying Lewis Park to a future year. This is on the top is the picture of the Lewis Park shelter as it stands. It was built in 1974. It is in our current 2025 CIP project proposal. With this is delaying $900,000 needed for fixing the Lewis Park shelter, or this will buy down a 1.65% of the 13.14%. With this, if we delay it, remove it from the CIP 2025, it will then get tossed back into the bag to compete against other CIP projects in the future years. And of course, when we delay a park shelter, we then also have to consider the replacement of other existing shelter that is out there. This next slide here just gives you a visual of the top 3 older shelter that the city currently has, and then our next 3 newer shelter in the city. This next option is we can delay the hiring of paramedic firefighters. We do have 6 built into our budget for 2025. However, we could delay it to January of 2026. With this, it would impact our engine crew. Currently, we are staffed at a minimum of 2 per engine. And best practice is 4 to an engine. This will help in terms of relieving of additional staff from making them stay, even though they are sick or they have to be elsewhere for family calls or whatnot. In 2024, a little stat I want to share is that there has been 23 instances, right, Chief Slama, that we had to tell our fire staff to stay behind due to we didn't have enough coverage. This will be a levy savings of $450,000 or 0.83% to a decrease from the 13.14%. And I also want to say that the city did apply for the SAFER grant. This is a grant that we last applied for it in 2020. It helped pay for some of the fire staff. And the spending for these, the last time we got it was in 2020. Those were all spent out by 2023. We did apply for it in 2024, but we did not get selected for it because it has been a more competitive process to get selected to receive this grant. And then the final possible reduction is a 1% general fund service reduction. This will equate to a $545,000 buy down in the levy increase, or a 1% reduction. This will be the last reduction proposed by staff. This will reduce the general fund levy by 1%, like I stated. The impact on this is due to timing constraint. The reduction will need to be made by management to be implemented in time. And this, of course, will be a cut across all the board, all the different departments that I've shared earlier, and it may be more or less depending on the different contracts and obligations that they have already in place. So with that being said, this is a summary slide of all the different options that I shared with you that we can take a look at in terms of possible reduction and what are the impact on the out years based off of our projections. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but I will talk about how it's laid out. So the options are on the first column. The impact with each reduction is in the 2025 impact. And then when we move the bubble from one year to the other, unless we completely delete it from the playbook, it will then affect 2026 projection as based off of assumptions. With this here is just another reminder of the when you originally adopted the 24-25 biennial budget, and then where we are proposing tonight with the 13.14%, 5.46 of the 13.14% is for the expansion of public safety. So I talked a lot about property values and whatnot. One of the key players that I mentioned earlier was the estimated market value. So this is a graph showing the city of Edina's estimated market value over the last decade. What market value is the city assessor, they do an estimate of what your property would be worth, and it is set then by January 2nd, like how I shared earlier, the year before taxes is payable. The estimated market value for the city of Edina can fluctuate based off of market conditions and other factors. Approximately 75% of the total market value comes from residential properties, while 25% is comprised of your commercials, industrial, and apartment properties. In 2024, we saw an increase of $1.2 billion, or 7.7% increase over 23. And then, as proposed, we are seeing for 2025 an estimated market value of $17.3 billion, or a 3.7% growth from 24. Another variable that plays into how your property tax is affected or calculated is tax capacity. Depicted here is over the last decade how tax capacity has changed over the years. Now, tax capacity is your valuation of your property based off of market value and your statutory class rate. So depending on the type, whether it's residential, commercial, that is your statutory class rate. The property tax for each parcel is then based on its tax capacity, and this is which you have authority on taxing on tonight. We've been in an upcycle over the last 10 years with the outlook being slower in growth per our assessing department. And our 25 projected tax capacity is at about $212 million, or a 3.3% growth from 24. Now, how does these two compare in terms of the median home value and estimated market value home from 24 to 25? As you can see, in 2024 to 25, our median home value grew at a 2.3%. Whereas our estimated market value grew at a 3.7%. The median home value over the last decade, this illustrates in terms of what is the city tax and total tax. So basically your total tax is the cut of the pie that goes to your special district, to the county, to the city, and the school district, right? And so this shows illustratively where we were in the last 10 years to where we are projected to go in 2025. In 2025, our consolidated budget that we're proposing is a $206 million budget that will then provide service in all those areas that I called out earlier, as well as these different governmental funds, enterprise funds, and internal service funds. Here's another way to look at all of the levies that we are proposing tonight for general fund, debt service fund, and a construction fund, as well as the HRA fund. Of the increase from 24 is 13.14%. And finally, to wrap it up, 2025 estimated levy impacts. The median value home in 2024 pays about $177 per month in property tax. With the estimated market value in 25 increased about 3.7% for taxes. The median home value is now $712,300. This means the median home value pays about $281 per year in property tax. With this increase, to fund all this different city service provided that I shared earlier, this equates to about $23.81 per month. So with that being said, I ask that council takes into consideration that council opens the public hearing for tonight and certify and adopt the 2025 budget, and we certify the final tax levy as the Minnesota state statute requires us to certify it by the end of December. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Tao. Question from council members on budget-related issues at this point in time? Anybody? When we were visiting upstairs in the work session, we talked about some of the ideas around potential reduction of this proposed levy that came from staff at 13.2%. And one of the things that you showed was a 1% general service reduction, but when we talked about that upstairs, because of the newness of that idea, there wasn't no substantive conversation about what that would mean. You know, when you think about the budget, you can think about capital improvement, you know, postponing projects like you did with, you're suggesting could be done with Lewis Park, or you can have service reductions, or you can have a combination of both to get your budget more in alignment. At least those are two ways to do it. Were you thinking that if we waited until the 17th, meeting on the 17th of December, that you would have time to think about what that 1% general service reduction would look like, or is that still not enough time to think about that?
I think that is a direction in terms of if we're talking about service level, we should consider that as a topic of a discussion as we work on our next biennial budget. We're going to have to take a look across all the different departments to see where we can put the cut, if that's where you want the 1%.
I would just say, just to collaborate across the organization with all the department members and ELT, that you're probably going to sort of be making a blind 1% cut. And Scott and I and the ELT management team are probably going to work together in order to figure out how to implement that.
All right, that's helpful. Yeah, so if we decided that was a route to go to get the levy down on a permanent basis for 2025, you would figure out how to make that happen. All right, okay. And then we also talked upstairs about, we talked about the capital improvement plan and deferring some projects into later years. But we also touched on capital equipment reduction. And I know that Assistant Manager Lenz has said that they've already looked at some of the things that could be pulled out from the 2025 capital equipment plan. But there was still about $3 million in capital equipment acquisition scheduled for 2025. And we talked about you looking at that again. And is that something you could look at between now and the 17th to see if there are other possibilities there in terms of deference on capital equipment purchases?
We can do our best.
All right, okay. And then you've been providing information tonight on not only 2025, but projected impact on 2026, if there are reductions for 2025. But we're not doing anything tonight other than deciding, or on December 17th, the 2025 budget. We're not doing anything with respect to 2026, is that correct?
That is correct. We will start once this 2025 budget is adopted tonight, or in the 17th. We will start early in this winter of 2025 to start looking at 26.
And so what we talked about in the work session was that possibly when we do our retreat for a couple days in the spring, that we may spend a substantial amount of the time around budgetary related issues, because we understand the pressures. I mean, we all live here too, but that people face when you see that property went up 2.3% last year, but we're talking about a 13% tax increase. You can see why it's just something that's not sustainable. So we've got to figure out how we're going to do this in the long run and make this work better. So, well, if there are no other questions from council members, why don't we open this up for public testimony, and then we'll take public testimony and then go from there. So I'm going to open it up now for public testimony. Thanks to people who stuck around from the other hearing to be able to testify this evening and share your thoughts with us. And please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Liz Ross. I live at 4500 Browndale. I had to send my kids home because I was hoping they would be here for this, but I can't keep them here till 11 o'clock at night. You missed a golden opportunity. With Hennepin County delivering massive tax increases, you could have been heroes. You could have said, Edina, we are holding our budget flat, because that's what responsible leadership demands. And the community's frustration would have been rightly focused on the county. Instead, you've chosen a 10% budget increase while our community drowns under the weight of excessive spending. The way we are manipulating the numbers is unfair. Edina spends $3,604 per resident, double our neighbors. Minnetonka spends $1,952. Eden Prairie spends $1,967. And no one can argue those communities lack services. These property tax increases aren't happening in isolation, and it comes as we're facing per gallon surcharges on water, Edina sales tax, bag fees, and mounting costs over every city sector. And this is happening while raises are scarce. Cargill announced 8,000 jobs are going away. And the increases are coming. You know Hennepin County is going to continue to crush us with increased costs. This isn't about election politics. You're running against yourselves, and you're running against the trust this community has put in you. And the reality is undeniable. Our spending is completely untethered from necessity and reality. And when comparable cities can offer the exact same services at half, what possible justification do we have? We cannot shoulder these increases. Even those who can will do so with significant sacrifice. And we demand transparency about why our budget so dramatically exceeds our neighbors. Mr. Hovland, during your campaign, you wore an Edina Strong shirt. Now is your time to demonstrate that strength. Be accountable, lead, make tough choices. That's what leaders do. Don't spend with unfettered exuberance. It is the time to step up for each of you to lead this town, and we deserve city management that has our best interests at heart. Thank you.
Ms. Ross?
Hello again, Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview. Let's see, one of my questions was answered in the presentation, which was as far as the streets, utilities, improvements per neighborhood, now that it's the burden of that payment isn't a big chunk assessment, that now it's 0.5% of the city budget. So thank you for having that answered. One thing in the presentation that I missed the explanation, it was a pie chart. It had 13% of a circular pie chart that said lost. Is lost an acronym, or does it?
Local option sales tax.
Oh, okay,
There you
okay. I was
Yeah.
thinking it's gotta be an acronym for something. Okay, so that answers that.
Yeah, we didn't lose it.
Okay, so third thing is another question, though.
Yep.
The state bonding bill that did not pass last spring, does that affect our city budget? Does it mean that money has to come directly out of the property tax payers' pockets in Edina to cover things that the bonding bill, because it didn't happen, is that the case? So I hope you can answer that tonight. Thank you.
Others wish to testify?
Good evening again. My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Cornelia neighborhood. And I find all this talk a little bit overwhelming. I remember the conversation from maybe 10, 12 years ago when we were told, oh, we're going to have all this development and we're going to be rich and we're not going to have to worry about property taxes and all these kind of issues. But I'm finding the exact opposite has happened. Since I live in the Southdale area, that seems to be prime. We win the prize for the most police calls. And I'm beginning to think we win a lot of the prizes for fire calls and paramedic calls also. So I guess as we're looking at this, we have to deal with reality. We have some serious issues in the Southdale area, and we have to keep our police and our fire folks on. We can cut other things, but we can't cut that, because now we're in a situation that I think is quite serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Davis? Good evening.
Evening. Jesse Dovich, 4805 East Sunny Slope. So we live right across from you guys here, just in this little Sunny Slope district, and I've just kind of been tracking home prices in our little Sunny Slope neighborhood kind of through time, and just looking at transactions, and then also looking at the market value that is estimated market value, the graph that was just shown in the presentation earlier. And when you look at 2022 and you look at 2023, we have a 1.7% increase. It's our biggest jump in the year 2022 to 2023 that occurred on that graph, if you look at each of the deltas year by year. And it just so happened that that was the year in 2022. In March 2022, we went from a 0.25% Fed rate, and by the time we got to March of 2023, we'd already gone up to a 5% Fed rate by March of 2023, and we tapped out at 5.5%. So as the rates are going up, we're saying that we have the biggest jump in our home value of estimated market value. I know this is probably more of an assessor's conversation maybe than the city council, but just to give you guys perspective as to what frustrates me is that, I look at the transactions that happened in our neighborhood. Like, say, there was one that was happened on 4804 West Sunny Slope, and it was purchased March 2022, so right before the jump, for $2.75 million. It sold a year later for 1.9. The person lost $875,000. Another house was bought in our neighborhood on 4901 East Sunny Slope, and that was purchased for $4.5 million, and that was purchased April 2022. So there was already a little half jump, so it was about maybe a 0.5% jump at that point in the Fed rate. So still very low, three-quarter basis points. And then that one sold here in August of this year for 3.6. So that one also lost $900,000 because of the bigger jump, because people aren't affording bigger loans for bigger houses. Meanwhile, we're getting told when we get our assessments in the mail that, hey, your house, guess what? Congratulations, you just won. Your house is up $1 million, or you're up another $500,000. It's like our values keep getting assessed higher and higher. We keep getting told our houses are worth more. The neighbors that are trying to sell and move cannot sell for even the entry points that they got into when the rates were at 0.25%, now that the rates have gone up. So the math just doesn't tie out from that side of it. And then when you take that and you say, now you have a more valuable home, on paper, sure, it looks great when you send out the statements, but now we have a more valuable home and we have another 13% increase or 10% increase or whatever the number is increase on this sort of fictitious math that doesn't correlate with actual what's happening in the market in our neighborhood. It's just kind of unconscionable for me to try to figure that out. And I agree with the statement about support police, support fire. Thank you guys for what you do. You have hard jobs. Really appreciate you being in our community. But really, this is where the leaders need to lead, and we really are excited to have the city council and our mayor, here to help Edina find the future. But we can't find the future through just thinking that, hey, we're going to take all the residents in all the homes and just use them as our bank. And as we roll off with the levies, why are we adding more on? Just because we've decreased the bubble size? Let's look to reduce taxes if we can. I don't know, but. Anyways, I just kind of wanted to give you a perspective thinking about Fed rate, market value, home sales, just across the street from you right here in Sunny Slope. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Yeah.
David Frankel, 4510 Lakeview Drive. I guess the report I saw was more about what's missing than what was on it. The city of Edina needs something like the city of Minneapolis does, where there's an online dashboard where you can look at raw data. We get these reports every so often that we can't look later at, and we have no idea where some of these numbers even come from. For example, there's nothing on the report about still paying the levy on this building that's paid off. Where's that money going? I understand it's going to CIP. Also, Velocity Sports just moved out of the Braemar Hornets nest. My understanding, and I'm not sure if it's a 10 or 20-year bond, this is information I should be able to click on. I'm very technologically astute, and I should be able to find this data. I can't. But anyway, Velocity moved out of Braemar. That's a huge hole. And if they're paying off a bond, we're paying that bond then. And there's rumors that when some of the other, like the maintenance base slides off their bond, we'll still pay the levy on that as well. The other thing, and I've harped about this in the past a lot, and it's gone nowhere really, is it's not about the fire department, it's about the selection of fire stations. I've lived in 5 other comparable communities across the United States. I will still live the farthest from a fire station I've ever lived as a homeowner. It's not helping me in Northeast Edina. In fact, last summer, I was out and saw Minneapolis Fire Department at a down power line on 53rd and Halifax in Edina. They happened to see the down line when they were going back. Most of the calls along France Avenue go to Minneapolis on the border because Edina's too far away. And if you're not familiar, there's a Minneapolis Fire Station at 50th and Upton. Had a conversation with Minneapolis Fire, and they won't do mutual aid into Edina. We heard the issues about leadership. The suburbs should be talking to the Minneapolis Fire Department. They are shorthanded, but when they have fires on the border or emergency calls, they should be able to respond. 50th and Upton is a half a mile from 50th and France. And I've talked to the firefighters. They don't care if they go out on a call, even in Edina. They just do their jobs. So other things going on is maintenance. The last time I heard, again, I don't know where I can find it, but the city has a $60 million maintenance backlog. $60 million. I don't know what it is today, but I don't think it's gotten smaller. For example, the 2 synthetic turf fields at Pamela and Braemar Field, those will be 10 years old next year. That's the end of the life expectancy for those synthetic turf fields. They have to be replaced at about $1 million apiece. I brought this up with the schools, and they say their fields are fine, which is baloney. The synthetic turf fields get harder over time. It's just physics. They're rubber, and they get flat, and they get hard. The thing is, it's a huge liability if somebody gets hurt and decides to sue the city or the schools. And there's precedent out there. This is nothing new. So those types of things I don't see going on. The other thing, I harp about data and evidence that the National League of Cities tries to get cities to use. If you go onto the multi-listing service, MLS, at any given time, you'll see Edina has more single-family homes for sale than any other suburb, except for Lakeville and Maple Grove, who have empty farm fields right now, so they're developing like crazy. But comparable cities, we outpace everybody in sales. People are voting with their feet.
Anyone else? Good evening.
Gordon Stott, 4516 Wooddale Avenue. So I've lived here in Edina now for 8 years, and I've really enjoyed the community, the neighborhood, and the services that the city provides for us. But in those 8 years, I've just noted very large increases in my property tax bill every year, partly because of the rising house prices, partly because of the spending in Edina. And I think it's really time, and I'm encouraged to see that the council are considering really trying to think about their capital spending, but I'd also encourage you to really, going back to the question about transparency, sort of help us understand as residents why our spending is at the level it is. We may have unique security concerns, or the layout may be different, but I do notice that other suburbs like Eden Prairie, Hopkins, they're not having quite the increases that that we see in Edina. And I think some communication for newer residents like me to help us understand why the level of support is what it needs to be would be really helpful. And I'd also encourage the city to really dig into where could we find efficiencies in city operations. Maybe we could reconsider the organization as it is, maybe think about recompeting various long-term contracts, but anything we can do at this level where we're seeing 13% increases this year and a proposal for a similar increase next year will be, I think, very well received by the city residents. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for coming in this evening. Gordon, would you come back up and spell your last name for me, please?
Stott, S-T-O-T-T. Thank you.
T-O-T-T. Okay, thank you. Evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Carissa Palm. I live at 5004 Arden Avenue. At least right now, I think I heard someone exclaim over to my right, "Oh my God, I need to put my house on the market," when we were looking at one of those slides with some of the projected costs over the next 6 years. And I say that only somewhat in jest. I don't know how many of you are from Edina. I know some of you have long histories here. And I'm going to be totally candid. I think when you don't live in Edina and when you come from different parts of the city, you think, oh my gosh, they must have unlimited money in Edina, right? Like, that's why they live in Edina, obviously, because they have unlimited money. And I don't know if I'm the only person here who's in this position, but we do not have unlimited money. And my husband's, maybe everyone else does, and he's going to be unhappy that I shared that with everybody, but people in Edina really do not have unlimited money. And you were saying, you understand that there's a lot of things that families are trying to take into consideration. Our healthcare premiums through my employer went up 20% for 2025. And I want to add that's for pretty crummy healthcare. Now, that's not your problem. And there's a lot of folks in the neighborhood who work for United Health, and that's to their benefit because they're doing pretty well. But that's a huge increase for us. We're paying more in sales taxes. I've looked at some of the slides about the sales at the liquor stores, and I guess I'm not shocked because when we are going to buy liquor, we don't go 2 blocks anymore. We go somewhere else, and we probably spend less because we don't have unlimited money. We do value public safety. I was thinking about a friend of ours who was carjacked in the Lund's parking lot and used to live right off of 50th, and she moved out to Wayzata. So people are doing that, and they are voting with their feet. I've never met David Frankel, but that was a very impassioned speech, and I guess I'm not surprised because I hear that's what he's known for. But sometimes I feel like we're being marketed to. We have a very good communications department. There's videos, there's all kinds of flashy social media, and I guess I'm not shocked because I feel like Edina is pretty sophisticated, but I also feel like we want clear, genuine, authentic communication. And we have a daughter in the school, and she was asked to get her friends and family to donate to the school. We're asked how much we might be willing to pay for bus service. So it really is coming from all sides. And I think Edina residents care. They're willing to pay for services, but they deserve your good judgment and some credit for trying to keep things to a manageable level. So I know your work is really hard. I can't imagine what it must be like, and I appreciate your time and your efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Palm. Anyone else wish to testify this evening? We'll hold that thought. We'll check with anybody online that wants to testify.
I have no callers.
Okay. All right. Well, we talked about some of the questions that we had raised that actually the time we've been working on the budget and getting that staff recommendation in August on the preliminary levy, and then working since then on trying to figure out how to get this down and think about the future as well. So we got some short-term issues and some longer-term issues to deal with, understanding full well that this present pace isn't sustainable despite the need, the apparent need. Some of these questions we can't get answered tonight, and though the staff has recommended we close the public hearing and act on this tonight, I think the notion of the council, at least in my sense, was from the work session that we wanted a little bit of time to think about this and work on some of these issues in terms of how to get that preliminary levy at 13.2 down, down into the single digits and do the best we can for this year. And then think about some long-term planning around the entire budgetary process, because we can see that around the country. I pulled an article out of the Star Tribune, I think it was about a week ago, on the rates of increase in major cities around the country. Minneapolis was lower at about 8 or 9%, but Austin, Texas was 22%. There were all kinds of cities that were at extraordinarily high levels in property tax increases. Well, they got their own issues going on, but maybe they don't have income tax, and that's the only way they can secure revenue. But nonetheless, even in our metro area, we're seeing a lot of folks, and we get the data, you probably all did too with your preliminary tax statement, showing that a lot of cities were in that 13, 14, 12% range, and there's a lot of different things driving that, but that's certainly not a sustainable level, and none of us believe that. So I think the notion would be that, we continue this matter for a decision on the budget with respect to the resolution 2024-110. Yes, go ahead.
Since we have our assessor here, I thought we could talk about the assessment question that came up in the delay.
Let's close the hearing first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's do that first. I think that's yeah, but it's a better way to do it. To close the hearing and then we'll take the questions.
Okay.
Okay. Well, actually, let's have a motion first to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Is there a motion to that?
So moved.
All right, get a second?
Second.
Got a motion from Member Pierce, second from Member Jackson to close the public hearing in this matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Let's do the questions now, and then we'll figure out the continuance to the 17th. So go ahead if you have some questions.
Yeah, so I'd like to sort of talk about how the assessment process works, because it is confusing when the sales prices go down, but then the property value goes up. I think there's a delay in time. So if you could kind of please talk us through how the assessment process works and address the speaker that are at our public hearing.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm Sheila Storzinger. I'm the city assessor. So your value can go up and your taxes can go down. Your value can stay the same and your taxes can go up. The formulas used to calculate taxes are not just based on the valuation of a property, but it's also based on a classification rate. Some of the classification rates have tiers. There are over 20 state classification rates. So we as assessors don't predict what people's taxes are going to be. We're actually setting the assessment 11 months before you are deciding what that budget's going to be. And those values then are used to portion out what you are going to levy to all the different parcels within the city. So at the time that we set the assessment, as of January 2nd of every year, you're not going to pay taxes on your tax capacity until May of the following year. So the timeline, people have a hard time understanding that. And the tax system is very complex. So people think that we raise values in order to raise taxes. You are going to collect the money you need to run this government. The values are used to try to portion that out in an equitable way based on classification rates that the legislature has decided on.
So, go ahead. Do you have a segue on that?
Well, I just wanted the delay, so if there's a sale in 2020.
Yeah.
Then the assessment would be done in January of 2021, and so that would be taxed on in 2022. So there's a delay in the process of looking at the market value. It's not real time.
It's not real time. We are actually, our sales study is from October 1st to September 30th of the year before we set the assessment. So there's a lag there, and then you're not paying your taxes until another, 12, 18 months later. So the lag between the sales we're using to set your value and the time you're actually going to pay your taxes, it's a long period of time.
And this whole process is set by state law.
Yes.
And then all implemented by professional standards. It's not something that we as a city say, this is how we're going to do it. We're following state law and professional standards, correct?
Yes, and we're all licensed by the state to do this work. So not anybody can just come in and assess values.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So you said something that kind of triggered thinking, a thought for me. And so I kind of want to repeat this back, and I'm probably paraphrasing it, so you can correct me. But you said the city collects the taxes it needs to run the city. So city government, we collect the taxes we need to run the city. And then the process we use, this is my word, to allocate those expenses is the property tax system.
Correct, it's the valuation and the class rate system that's been set up.
Yeah, and so the reason that was interesting to me is because I have this business lens that I put on this, and I've not actually thought about allocation models until you made that comment, and so I appreciate that. I think the challenge for me, we were here last year. I went back and I listened to the December 19th City Council meeting last year, and we approved the 9% increase. And then we looked at the projection. And so we do that every year, and it was 13%. And I felt like then we all made comments about we invest in our city. We all agree that we invest in our city. We have great services. I think most people would agree to that. It was great to hear, although people feel like the increase is too much, everybody appreciates health and safety. And so I appreciate hearing that. In that conversation, I said, man, 13%, we can't come into next year at the same point in time and have a 13% increase. And we have a 13% increase. And so what that says to me, I think part of our challenge is we need to look at the expenses that we have and understand those costs, and then figure out how can we optimize those expenses. And so we've talked about service levels. Maybe the service levels need to adjust. Someone mentioned, and I wrote it down, and I'm not validating this, right, but we can look at the data. Why do other cities, some of the services that they provide cost less than they do in Edina. And just on the surface, if that is true, there are various reasons for that. I know for a fact in Minneapolis, you couldn't compare what Edina does for snow plowing to what Minneapolis does. And there are Minneapolis residents who will tell you they prefer the snow plowing that Edina does. Well, that costs money. And so what I would like to see us start to do, because I don't really feel like we did it last year, like we can't wait till September to start looking for how to save money. If we really need to target big numbers, right? If we're talking $5 to $7 million, we can't wait to September to find that, right? We have to really be doing that work throughout the year, looking for opportunities, ensuring that, right, the costs of certain services are as efficient as they can be, bringing that into council so that we can have a conversation around, does it make sense for us to make a different decision? And I think it needs to be a systemic part of our culture to do that. And to me, that requires a culture shift in how we think about expenses. Because if it really is that we know how much it costs to run this city, it's a $200 million enterprise, and we're using a system to allocate that equitably across our residents and our business owners, then what that leaves us with is we got to look at the $2 million and really give the city's residents and business owners comfort that we are in our fiduciary responsibility being good stewards of that. And I know the city, the directors and managers of this, we do that today. But I think we have to figure out where things cost more than they should. How can we make those changes? And then the last thing I really liked the point from, I think it was Ms. Palm, who said she felt marketed to. And so I'm not suggesting anybody else was saying that. I'm just taking that particular point. I feel like I'm really great at messaging, so I'm not trying to market to you. But I think that that is a very valid point. Is there a way that we can, and I don't want to say transparency because sometimes that has a negative connotation, like we're trying to hide things. I just think this is so complicated that we spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to explain it. And if there's a simple way to try to do that, the challenge is I look at my tax bill, I know it's going up. I know what that feels like. I don't know what this allocation model is. I don't even care what it is. I know what's happened to my tax bill. And so somehow we have to help people understand how these services translate to their property tax allocation going up. And then they can make a decision, is that allocation worth the quality of services? And if it's not, then as Mr. Frankel said, you can vote with your feet. But we have to be able to kind of tee that frame up. And it's just been a challenge. Since I've been on council, this is my, second term, and we've kind of talked about trying to figure out a way to do this. And we've made a lot of improvements at it. But I think we got to keep working at it.
Did you have some follow-up on, yeah, thanks for that. Did you have a follow-up on the assessor? So I was just going to add that I thought it was kind of a rule of thumb, because don't be going anywhere now. Come on back up here. I thought it was basically you got a one-year lag. So the issue that Jerry was raising, who lives over here on Sunny Slope, somebody buys a house for $4.5 million, they may not get that, they may not get taxed at that level that first year, but that following year they would. And then the person who bought it for 2.6, they're probably going to pay a higher tax rate, or at least it's going to get prorated, and then it'll take a year to catch up until the property is revalued at 2.6.
Right. We don't use just one sale to value the properties. It's all done through a mass appraisal system. So the sales would be used if they were valid sales in the system. But the 4.9, they may have never been valued at that. If the rest of the neighborhood is, you know, similar houses were selling for 3.9, they would probably be valued around 3.9.
All right.
Just, you know, one sale doesn't make a market.
Well, one sale establishes the value of a particular piece of property.
It does, but we look at all the sales to put into our model.
Hearing's closed, sorry. I know you could have something good to add, but the hearing is closed.
Yeah.
Just a council discussion now.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, let's jump away from that for a second. I mean, both Mr. Stott and Liz Ross raised this question about other communities getting, they think services that, you know, the same services we provide, they get at half the cost. And Liz Ross provided some information and about what we spend per capita, but that was, from what I could find, based on what she submitted, that was an all-in sort of budget. So, and when I mean all-in, it included all of our enterprises, which a lot of other cities don't have. It included liquor store operations, swimming pool operations, golf course operations. And we didn't look at the revenue per capita, but the revenue per capita is pretty high too. So I don't know if you got any comment on that.
Yeah, I'll just add that I did have a time to look at Liz's numbers prior to this meeting, and it looked like she was comparing all fund statement. So for example, like you mentioned, liquor stores would be an example of revenue that would be showing up in an all fund statement that, for instance, the city of Minnetonka doesn't have a liquor operation. Also, if you're looking at just general fund, for instance, city of Minnetonka and Eden Prairie don't have at this point in time, a full-time fire department. We not only have a full-time fire department, but we have paramedic service as well. So kind of comparing that big statement, it's better if you wanted to compare and look at a per capita. I'm not sure that's the right metric to be able to evaluate, but it would be better to look at the preliminary levy amount and then to look at the service levels and to see, are the services that you're getting here in Edina different than the services those other communities are getting? But it's challenging to look at it as an apples to apples comparison without really diving into the details of understanding both the infrastructure that we have, but also the different services that we offer.
Yeah, well, so what I found for expenditures per capita or revenue per capita was embodied in the report we got from our auditors on December 31st, which showed some interesting data that was, you know, you could tell it was an all-in situation that Ms. Ross was talking about, because this has our total expenditures per capita at $1,773 per resident. So, and this is information that should be on the city website. Also, so you know, I'm thinking years ago we had we asked the question, I think, of our residents: do you want to have your own dispatch service here, or do you want to go to Hennepin County? Do you like having your own emergency medical services personnel here in Edina, or do you want to rely on the county? I can tell you that out in Minnetonka, and our residents said, no, they want to pay for that service. It was a premium service, a premium cost, but they wanted that service. And a great illustration of that is a story I heard about a fellow over at Point of France just a few weeks ago that had a grand mal seizure. The police were there in 2 minutes, and the PD, or the emergency medical services people, were there in 5 or 6 minutes. And his whole family was ecstatic. In Minnetonka, if you're east of 494, you're going to get a whole different level of service on an emergency medical call than you are if you're west of 494. And if you're west of, what is that out there, 101, it's even worse. I mean, people admire what we have from an emergency medical services standpoint, and what the two models are Burnsville and Edina for emergency medical services. But those are expensive services to the point that Member Pierce was making. And to ask our people if they'd rather have an ambulance show up in 10 minutes and we reduce our staffing, that's a fair question to ask people. Or would you rather not be rated #1 in the country in snow plowing? Is it good enough to be number 10? And start plowing snow when there's 5 inches instead of 2 inches? That's something our residents can decide. But in the past, we've been told that they're willing to pay for these services that are expensive and high delivery.
Yeah, I have another follow-up. This is not for you. I'm finished with assessing. But this is a question actually for Assistant Manager Lenz. Mr. Frankel mentioned a dashboard. Can you tell us about the progress portal and how people can access that and what goes into it? Because I believe we have that for not just the budget, but for other things. But can you tell us a little bit about that?
We do have a progress portal that gives updates on all of the projects we have from a work plan perspective. I think what Mr. Franco was talking about, though, was more specific to understanding the capital needs and wanting to kind of see some of the information behind the capital maintenance. And I'm not sure that the progress portal currently does that. So it's something we can look into and see if there's a way that we can put something together, or even just some other basic communications that kind of talk about the summary of stuff that we have. But I'm not 100% that the progress portal currently does what Mr. Frankel was trying to get at.
Okay, thank you. But can you tell us also where to access that? I had to do a Google search. Where would we find it on the webpage?
If you go to our website, edinamn.gov, and search for it, it'll pop right up. Otherwise, it's under the I Want to Learn menu, and you'll see Progress Portal. I'll work to make a shortcut, so later this week you can find it at edinamn.gov/Progress Portal.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Where is her?
2 things. First, I was going to talk about this, and I'll talk about it later, but I did complete the Citizens Academy, and one of the things that I appreciated, but I appreciated even more, was knowing that we have our own dispatch here in Edina, and hearing from officers who are in the same building with the dispatch team, and hearing accounts about how the dispatcher could hear more than just the words that the officer was saying because they knew who that person was. And so knowing that, and then thinking about, well, hey, maybe we could save some money if we went to Hennepin County for dispatch. And that really scares me, because I also learned about a situation, officer shooting, and had it not been for that local dispatch, I think we would have had an outcome that would have been really very different and really very tragic. And so I wanted to get that out, that there are aspects of the Edina budget that really, do reflect exceptional service, and actually, service that every community should have. But I do think there are places where we could do better in terms of thinking comprehensively about what we end up paying for. And as I look at this and looking at the CIP and where we're dedicating funds, and this is on page 5, I'm looking at the France Avenue pedestrian / bike crossing. We have $500,000, and then I think it's the same item, but then it is called the France Avenue crossing Gallagher and 72nd. And that is also $500,000. And we talked about this at our last meeting, that there was going to be some kind of public event. And I think dedicating this amount of money to a project before getting feedback from the public is not the way to go. I also think if we are going to move forward building that tunnel, that is going to be a lot of maintenance. It's going to be a lot. And we need to be thinking about that. We need to be thinking more strategically about where we are putting investments, even if it's TIF funding. And we've got the Grandview pedestrian bridge. I don't think we've heard back from the DOJ in that inquiry. There may be expense attached to that. So, what is the consequence of pursuing a specific thing, and how is it in terms of our priorities? So I think there is room for stepping back, seeing how we're doing things, and figuring out ways to save money, and being more pragmatic with how we are investing our resources. So I just wanted to get those two things out.
Thank you. Member Pierce.
I would just underscore that we all know that the current trajectory is not sustainable. So we talked about that upstairs. I don't know more about how our cost structure is set up, what services cost. I don't know more about that than the people that are running the services. And so, it might feel good to be up here and make statements about things that should be cheaper, but we don't know, right? The most effective thing to do, in my opinion, is to set targets and have the folks that are running the services hold them accountable to find opportunities to reduce costs and maintain quality levels of service. And then residents are going to hold us accountable to make sure that work gets done. I don't see any other way to do it. And it's got to start Jan 1. We have to be doing that all throughout the year. If we're here again in September, having the same conversation, just looking at the projection, whatever option we choose, it's going to average between 12 and 17% of an increase if we don't make some drastic changes. And I know we all see that. It's challenging because sometimes it sounds like Member Risser, I'll use your last comments. We talk about dispatch. It's easy for us to say, well, no, that's something we want and it's expensive. Everybody agrees, yep, that's great, but that's not the point. The point is, if dispatch costs X and we want to keep that, then we got to find a minus X someplace else so that we can afford to do all the things that we want to do. That's the hard work. And I'm just raising my hand. I don't have the expertise to do that because I don't know the services.
I want to say I agree entirely, and that I want to underscore that I paired dispatch with the underpass.
Yeah.
Member Agnew.
Thank you. I definitely hear what you're saying, Member Pierce, and others on the council. And I think what's really hard in this discussion is when we do start to piecemeal it, we do say, we want this. This is important. This has been a decision that we've made as a community, is something that we want to invest in. And so even people that we heard in public testimony tonight saying, we need to cut the budget, but don't cut it from public safety. And what about the millions of dollars of capital improvement and projects that we've been deferring? Let's not defer those, right? It's really complex. And I don't think it's as easy as saying, we're just gonna, not increase it anymore, because what happens, and we received this presentation when I was on the Planning Commission, and I think it ends up being a really deep topic, right? But when you have cities that have grown and expanded, and you have that initial upfront costs, you don't have as much of the upkeep right away. You get hit with it generations down the road, and given the ways that communities kind of all come up at once, you often find that a lot of investment into capital improvement projects and reinvesting in things also tend to trickle in together in clumps, right? It's kind of what we're seeing right now with our street improvement projects of there are so many that we want to do and we're limiting it, and we hear from people in the community, when are you going to do our street? Well, we need some years. And I think that, yes, part of this is the balance that Member Pierce, you're talking about of us making those informed decisions, but we're also hearing we need another fire station, right? And so in the side of my head too, I'm like, we're just talking about the increase to our levy right now because of the second fire station that we're building. And we have in our plans that we need a third fire station out here, right? And so it's important for us to be dedicated to being fiscally conservative and to be thinking about how can we cut and where can we cut. But at the same time, I don't think that we can arbitrarily say it can't be 13% if there are projects and investments that we, through public input and as a city, decide we want to invest in, right? Like, there aren't any things that are a part of this that we've decided in a silo to invest in, right? When we think about our new approach to street reconstruction assessments, right? We're feeling that every year, and we will continue to feel that. But there is a public process, there was a task force, there was a decision that we made as a community to do it this way, right? Same with the fire station. And so I think that the rigor that we need to apply is to continue having as much rigor, if not more, and when we talk about the potential underpass on France, what we talked about at the last meeting was investing into what does that public input process look like? Because we need to be bringing the public up along in all of these decisions that we're making because they add up, right? And so I just say that to say it's hard to commit to a very specific number of no way on this meeting next year will it be 12%, because there are projects that we need to continue to invest in, and it's not as simple as just saying, okay, let's only plow it 5 inches of snow and let's increase our response time to 5 minutes instead of 3.
Do you have a comment?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
So ever since I've been on council, when we have these budget retreats, we sit down and we talk about what we want to accomplish. And we're going to have an opportunity next year where we have nobody new on council after the election. So we don't have to bring anybody up to speed. There's no radically new agenda. So I don't want to sit down and talk about what do we want. I want to sit down and say, what do we have? And look at a structural review of what we're doing. Because with each generation, with each election, we have somebody coming in saying, I have this is my pet project. This is what I want to do. Or this is the value that I want to have. You know, community engagement, that's great, but it's expensive. Fire and police service, that's great, but it's expensive. So every time we bring somebody new in, or even just as the community changes over time, we get new demands for services. So what I'd like to do is look at structurally what we have and then say, is this at the level we need? Is this providing the service that people still want? Do we need to change the emphasis? So rather than just a top, taking 10% off or whatever, I want to stop and review, because some of these things that we're doing are hidden costs and like the cost of technology. Well, the threat from being hacked, criminally hacked, has gone up tremendously in the last 10 years. Well, that costs it money to prevent that from all of our data being stolen and manipulated. So some of these sort of hidden costs, I want to see what they are, and the cost of doing business as a city has changed. And as that has changed, we haven't stopped doing anything else. So I kind of want to look at the structural things. So for instance, Member Rister talked about dispatch. Well, we're able to do the alternative response team because we have our own ambulance service, our own paramedics, and our own dispatch. And so that then creates efficiencies in our system so that people who are using the public safety system frequently can get service that they need and not rely on emergency services. But what's the savings in that? What's the structure? But because we have dispatch and ambulance, which makes our overall budget bigger, that also leads to efficiencies. And so those are some of the things that are in my thoughts. It's not something, and Member Pierce, I agree with you wholeheartedly. So it's a yes and to your comments, but we do need to start early in the year. But I want to look at what is it that we're actually doing, and then rather than starting with what we want, start with what do we have?
Thank you for that. I just noticed one question that our fellow resident Jeannie Weston had. And this Ari or Chad may be able to provide some information on this. I'm trying to remember myself. Did the failure to get a bonding bill from the legislature, out of the legislature last year, affect us on any projects that put more burden on Edina taxpayers than we would have otherwise had had we gotten bonding money from the state, I guess is one way to put it.
We usually, we ask for money on specific projects, and I think the one that I can provide is the interchange, and there was some money in that draft bill, so it would have helped us when we open bids here, as soon as we get the railroad agreement and we open bids, we'll have to figure out how to fund it, and if we don't get the state bonding, that's gonna come out of the MSA funds, or, as you Pa showed earlier, could be debt service.
To make sure folks understand MSA
Yep.
funds.
Municipal state aid, so we get money from the gas tax at a
We
state
get an
level.
allocation
We
of
get
funds from the state
allocations.
out of the gas tax. I think.
Correct. So it's one of those two that would,
One of those two sources
Yeah.
of revenue. But we're
But
going
right-
back in for another round of
we're
bonding.
gonna try again.
requests. Yeah.
It's not a bonding year, but they might take it up.
Okay. The other thing, a couple of things. I didn't know Velocity was leaving as a tenant at Braemar, but it's something they've talked about off and on over the years, I think. But I know there's also, as we go about that opportunity of rebuilding Braemar, essentially spending $40 million out of Braemar. This may provide an opportunity for us to, a lot of people have been lobbying for like a restaurant pub that overlooks the ice sheet. Well, that's right where Velocity was, as I recall, and it may provide some opportunity there. So we'll see where all that goes, and maybe the General Sports wants to expand its operation out there. So I'm not so concerned about that. I'd also disagree with Mr. Frankel on people leaving Edina. My office for my law practice is in the building where Edina Realty is headquartered. I talk to those realtors all the time, the managers, and I don't think the supply of housing in Edina exceeds the demand. That might be one gentle way to put it, but if people want to live in Edina, and sure, there are people coming and going and moving for various reasons, but Edina is still in high demand, especially with our relatively low taxes relative to the rest of the metropolitan area. So let me look at what else I had here I wanted to touch on. I think we talked about, I think there was services, the question of services provided elsewhere at half the cost or less cost. And we talked about some of the things that we offer that other cities don't have, and it's really hard to compare. It's apples to apples. So I think all of us want to, as you can tell, continue to work on this with some real diligence. And this is what we intend to do early in the year. To Member Pierce's point, that's why we mentioned that it's coming up as early as March when we start working on our retreat and starting to think about the entire budget and how we can discuss it, whether we agree with each other on how to approach the problem. We're not a private sector operation, we're a government operation. It's a hybrid, and it requires some finesse. I had a friend of mine years ago who was governor of North Dakota for 8 years, and he brought a private sector perspective to being the governor, and I remember he told his department heads to go in and don't ask for an increase unless you come with a 5% cut in cost. And it didn't work, because government doesn't work exactly the way the private sector works, but there are ways to improve efficiencies. There always are. And so we need to think about that and figure out a strategy on how we're going to do it. And certainly, Member Pierce's experience in the private sector is going to be invaluable in that conversation. So what we should do now is entertain a motion to I guess postpone this matter for decision until the December 17 meeting of the City Council, both with respect to the motion to approve Resolution 2024-110, which would set the 2025 tax levy and adopt the 2025 operating budget, as well as the matter involving the 2025 through 2030 capital improvement plan. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
I second.
Member Agnew seconds. The postponement of the decision on the budget-related matters that were described in the motion to December 17, 2024. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motions? Yes, question, comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Member Agnew. I don't think any of this is arbitrary. And so when I say a 12% increase is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. And what I talked about was the trajectory. So we can't continue year on with 12 to 17% increases. I don't know how to solve the problem, but you can't solve it if we can't look at it and say, well, yeah, we have to do something about that. And I think we do. And I think what Member Jackson started with, I think is aligned to that, saying, all right, let's talk about what we have. Let's talk about what we have, what that costs, and start there. And I trust the staff. I mean, the staff came in and said, hey, we can target a 1% at this late in the game. That's a big deal to say we can target that, and it's December. If you had said that in January, right, you'd have so much more time to figure out how to get to that number. But to say that in December is a big deal. And so I trust the people that are running the services to be able to say, yep, this is what it is, this is what it costs, and these are the levers that we can use to adjust costs within those services. Like, that's the information that we need. And then I think we'd be better informed and be able to make better decisions at that point. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks to all of you for your comments. And I think as we started this whole conversation, Manager Neal pointed out, this particular budget reflects, for 2025, reflects an expansion of obligations and services that were requested by our residents. So we may, from time to time in the future, run into that situation that Member Agnew is describing, is that people say, well, we need another fire station. Well, we just found out that a new fire station costs about $40–50 million. You know, it's a big commitment. So as we go along here, we're gonna have some interesting conversations. So thanks everybody for coming this evening, and appreciate your input. We haven't taken a vote yet. No, yeah, thanks for that. So all those in favor of adoption of the motion stated to postpone this matter for decision until December 17, the December 17, 2024 meeting of the City Council, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you for that. And now, thanks to everybody for coming this evening, and thanks, Dr. Tao, for your good presentation. So we got a few more things to take care of here. We've got donations to the city. And we need a 4/5 vote to approve those donations. And where is the, I'm looking online here. Well, here, one donation. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-111, which accepts donations on behalf of the city of Edina?
So moved.
Second.
Agnew moves. Member Pierce seconds. The adoption of Resolution 2024-111. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting Resolution number 2024-111, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion, or the resolution is adopted, and the nice donation from Mary Rossing for a bench, a memorial bench at Centennial Lakes Park. Thank you for that generous donation. All right, and now we are on to, wow, the Edina Historical Society Services, Social Society Service Agreement. Director Vetter, is he even here anymore? You're going to handle this matter?
I actually am going to suggest that
Oh,
we
there
just,
he is.
me and Perry have talked offline, and we are going to suggest we just table this due to how late the meeting is, and we feel like we can talk about this on the 17th.
Okay. So, and table it indefinitely? Or table it indefinitely?
Just until the 17th.
17th?
We'll bring
All
it
right.
back to you
All
later
right.
this
Is there a
month.
motion to table the matter involving the proposed service agreement for 2025 with the Edina Historical Society to the December 17, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
I second.
All right. Got a motion and second on that. All those in favor of adoption of the motion stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. And then we've got the matter involving the parking variances for 3400 Edinburgh Way, the apartment conversion. And we're back to Director Teague, who's been patiently waiting for us to get through some serious matters here this evening. And we've got some of the applicants folks here as well to answer questions, I think, but I'm going to turn it now to Director Teague.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is the conversion of the Residence Inn from a 133-unit hotel to a 136-unit apartment. There's no expansion to the building. There's landscaping that's added along Edinburgh Way and 78th. The use is permitted in this district. The request is for a site plan and a parking variance to have no enclosed parking. That no enclosed parking isn't uncommon in the city. We've got Yorktown Continental, Sunrise Senior, Summit Point Senior, the Heritage, Walker Elder Suites, and most recently 66 West that doesn't have enclosed parking either. The Planning Commission recommendation was 9-0 for approval, and we recommend that you adopt Resolution 2024-99 this evening to approve the project, and the applicants are here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, yeah. Member Jackson has a question for you or the applicant, I'm not sure.
It's actually for the chief.
For the chief?
Yes. So one of the people in the public hearing they were concerned that having the hedge around the edge of the parking lot would actually make it less safe. And I have no idea how to evaluate that. So what they're proposing is a parking lot, using the parking lot rather than having covered parking, but then landscaping around the edges with trees and bushes to hide the parking a little bit and to make it more beautiful. But one of the testifiers at the public hearing said they thought that would be more dangerous. And I don't know if you have any opinion on that or not.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, Chief Milburn with the police department. I wouldn't suggest that there's any science that would back that up that I'm aware of. When we encounter situations like that, if there's safety concerns that pop up, we would work with management ownership to think about what we call CEPTED studies, crime prevention through environmental design, to take a look at those kinds of features and maybe cut back brushes, trees, things like that to help with that. So from my standpoint, my professional judgment, I would not be concerned about that.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I like going through my notes. But that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Good recall on that. I remember that person raising that concern. Other questions for staff or for the applicant from any council members? Okay. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-99, which would approve the site plan with parking variances for 3400 Edinburgh Way?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 2024-99, approving the site plan with parking variances for 3400 Edinburgh Way. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2024-99 as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried?
Abstained.
Resolution 2024-99 is adopted.
Sorry.
Do you have a comment?
No, I just was saying I abstained from the vote.
Oh, you abstained? Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. Well, thanks for your patience this evening, gentlemen. And, you got quite an education in local government this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate your consideration for our project.
We look forward to it. Well, I want to catch up with you personally too, and just have a conversation at some point in time. So get a hold of me when you can. All right. All right. Manager comments.
I just have one quick reminder that our next meeting is a special meeting on December 9th. My brain's barely working. December 9th, and that is going to be for the street improvement projects.
Monday, 6 p.m. Monday, this coming Monday at 6 p.m. to do our street reconstruction program, public hearings.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any council member comments? Member Risser.
I want to do a quick shout out to Sergeant Mike Sussman and Sergeant Anna Eckstein, who ran an incredibly amazing Police Citizens Academy, and I graduated. I want all of you to know that. And I also want to plug it because it is a really good program, and I think it made me a better council person and because I became more informed. And I think that is all really very important. So it is a 11-week program and 3-hour segments, so it is a commitment, but it is definitely worth the time. And that's all I have.
Thank you. You know, I was just looking at, we're supposed to have a little brief recess here and then have an HRA meeting, but the HRA meeting involves a budget that we're postponing a decision on until the 17th of December. So would it be wise for us to also continue this matter to the 17th? Or could we adopt the HRA budget anyway?
If we could adopt the HRA budget, the only reason for that is do we have to go then to the HRA meeting, which is it on the 19th or 14th?
No, but you got enough time to set the HRA meeting for the 17th, after the meeting on the 17th.
We could do that. We could do it after the main city council meeting and just do the same thing.
Okay.
Like how we planned for today.
Perfect. All right, that's better.
Do you want to? Well, we're not sitting as the HRA, so I can't get a motion. But we're just going to understand that we're going to continue. We're not going to have a HRA meeting tonight. We're just going to continue that matter to the 17th of December.
You might have to go into the HRA meeting.
Yeah, we've had a published agenda. So let's do that. What do you think, Mr. Kendall?
Mayor, I think it'd be cleanest if, you've noticed an HRA meeting for tonight. I think it'd be cleanest if you begin that meeting and then note as the HRA that you're continuing it to the date that it's being continued to.
So we got a clean record.
So then everybody can understand what happened and there's a record of what happened.
Sure. Okay, we need a couple minutes for converting over. And Director Benarott will let us know when we can go back to work.
We have to close this meeting.
So let's adjourn. Anybody else have any comments before we close up this meeting? Further comments? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn the city council meeting?
So moved.
So moved.
It's still
Second.
December 3rd. Barely. We got a motion and a second to adjourn the city council meeting this Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024 at 11:56 p.m. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. City council stands adjourned this 3rd day of December 2024.